My hair's a mess as well. Oh, there's an official release for Sky Oblivion.
Or what?
Is in chaos.
There's a massive, huge fan project, like a volunteer modding project where they're recreating Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion in the Skyrim engine.
Alright.
Looks really good, to be honest. It's just a ton of work. It's an unbelievable amount of work. It's cool though. Man, did you ever play Oblivion?
No, I think I didn't play any of them.
I don't know
Your
what.
stream is interesting.
I don't know what Oblivion had, but it had something that just made it an amazing game. Way better than Skyrim. And I'll take that to the bank. Actually, should I make that the stream time? Oblivion's better than Skyrim.
Yeah. Let's make it. Yeah, change the title. So we have I don't know. Actually, call it like I don't know. Star Trek is better than Star Wars. Or some stupid geeky stuff that people get triggered.
That drive people nuts.
Trigger warning. I like the thumbnail on your Inception video.
Let's check. Need to make sure of that.
There's another guy called Gun in
I know. I saw. When I saw the username, I nearly was like,
Is that you trying to?
It's not me. It's like Highlander. There can be only one. All right. So what are we doing?
No idea. No idea. Are you streaming on Discord as well? Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, play a game and let's have a look how it feels.
Sorry, I'm just organizing my windows quickly. Bring that over because I need to fix that at some point.
I have a big doubt about the tutorial though. Like the way we do it.
What do you mean the way we do it?
The way we do the tutorial. Right.
I don't know what that means.
I'll tell you.
As in like the way we call it, the way we add it to the screen, the style we're using, when we use it?
Oh, the way we do it. Okay, so like play the tutorial again. Why is it like on the why is it so close to the border? What happened?
It's because I had I had my screen like squished down too much. My window.
Alright, okay, so let's try. So yeah, but why is so like it should be like halfway between Josh and border. Almost, but yeah, better than before. So now okay, first thing, right?
God, I didn't keep that first. Sorry, carry on.
Did you just delete half of the level?
No, I accidentally hid the floor mesh.
So the fade in is way too long, right? And doesn't look like it looks like he has got different times to fade in. Like the green text fades in. I don't know. Looks like faster. Can you do it again?
Give me 1 second. Yeah, the green text sort of pops a little bit for some reason.
But okay, can we just make the fade in like a lot quicker? It should be like really like half a second or something. It should be like, yeah, that's it. Mm, yeah, but why does it do in how do you do the fade in again?
Badly. I think I really should switch it over to using real time rather than delay. Yeah, I'm gonna switch it over now.
Okay. Can't really. I don't know if in the streaming you can see, but on Discord I can only see one window.
Yeah, it's because I've got my windows split. Rush 2.
Okay.
Can I share? Curiosity. Can I do that? It's a shame I can't share the OBS feed straight into Discord.
Yeah.
That'd be super useful. I tried to save it for now. Um, get rid of possible. Save things.
You said that this would destroy the universe.
I mean, it crashed it. It said infinite loop detected. Even though it's technically not an infinite loop, but okay. Oh, actually, no, it would be because it sets the starting time every time. Whoops. That still, see, that still thinks it's that still thinks it's
Yeah, it's an infinite loop because it will always.
I mean, it's not though. There's a limit in here. This is a limit technically. Okay, and then you would put the multiplier here.
Mm-hmm. Why are you copying all the code?
For the fade out.
Yeah, but you get a function, right? Just you copy exactly the same code and probably changing a minus at some point, no?
I mean, yeah, it would be just switching this to a plus.
Yeah.
No, this. Well, yeah, no, this to a plus, and that's a greater than 0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Many input connections and selection.
Why that can be part of the function?
It can be. It just looked horrible because it was having to take because it acts as an input here and an input here, but this I wasn't putting in the function, which meant it had like an output that was looping back to the start again. It's kind of just ugly more than anything.
I understand. What's that? Why that cannot be part? Is that because
What? So I was gonna do that.
variables are more global?
Well, no. So I was gonna do like all of this as
Mhm.
one function, but because it's getting. Wait, I don't know why it's not. Oh, it's because it's got 2 possible inputs and it doesn't like it. So I had to cut that out. But if I make that a function, I've got this like loop there.
What? Doesn't make any sense. Why you don't set the time inside the function?
Because this function is the loop, but I only want to set the time once. I don't want to loop setting the starting time.
But like fading is only called once, right?
Yeah. So that's what I mean. I call it once, and it sets the start
Mm-hmm.
time, and then it goes into the loop function. But if I can't put starting time as part of the loop because it would set the starting time fresh every time it looped.
Yeah, but I think like that loop there is highly sus, right?
Right?
I don't know. There is something sus about that. Like the fact that you need to have a delay and you need to
But how else would you do it?
do it recursively.
Because if you need to increase it over time, how else would you do it?
Um, can you like in Blueprint, right? Can you uh can you create uh can you create a timer that calls an event an amount of times, like 50 times in a second? Can you do that? Like that delay is sus as hell. Like that should be part of some timer or something.
But isn't a delay and a timer effectively the same thing? It just waits a
Even
certain
like
amount of time before it fires.
no, because it changes the granularity of so that set timer by event. I don't know what that thing is, but it looks a lot more proper than doing that delay there. What? How do you use that thing? Set time by event. Shouldn't be set event by timer, not timer by.
No, it's a weird way around. One sec. Sorry, I'm trying to put this in the right order.
Mm-hmm.
So
Isn't that tick fade in the event that you need to time?
yeah,
Actually,
guess.
time is not fade time multiplier, right?
No, I'm
Time
renaming it.
is, I don't know, like
Um
1
time
second, whatever, right? No?
between ticks, I guess.
Hmm?
I guess that's time between ticks. Um
I
so then
understand that, right? But how do you know how many times that timer is called? You're missing some information in that, right?
yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I last used timers. Ah, no, hang on. Just set this one for a sec. I think I heard that whole thing. I don't even need this thing. I think I can do that.
Mm-hmm. But how does it stop? Or when does it stop?
Yeah, sorry, I do actually need to set a condition for it to stop.
Are you sure? I should be part of that set time for sure.
No, I mean you can call a stop whenever you want. I just need a condition to actually set when to call it.
Yeah, but
Um,
that for sure is must be part of the timer, the condition, because it's called looping, right? So if it's not looping, it must have a stop condition, right? In fact, like if it's not looping, how many times does it get called?
this is more like a stopwatch. You start the timer and the timer ticks. Like it just keeps running, and so that's why I'm like getting time elapsed.
But what is looping then? If it just keeps going, loops where?
Oh no, I still need the delay, and I still need to come back in here again. No, that's not right.
No, you don't need the delay. You
Hmm.
got the time.
Sorry, I didn't even see that. You, every time seconds. Right. Okay. Sorry, I didn't even see that. Setting a timer to 0. Yep. Um,
It just makes way sus. What? That is the way it works. It's just awful. You share the whole screen on Discord, otherwise I'm always missing the pieces
sorry.
of the
Sorry.
action. Yeah, but it's the same thing, right?
Sure if it is the same thing.
Just it can't work. You're basically saying the function is the same. A function name surely is tick fade in, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to type that.
But that is not a function name. That is an event name, right?
Unreal treats them as the same thing.
Mm.
Okay, hang on. That's
Well, we have
progress.
something. Yeah, that green is weird.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this get timer elapsed by handle is acting as a delta.
Ah. Can you printf that? That's sus as hell.
I can. 1 second. Uh,
This is even worse than before.
worked. Wasn't-
Yeah, but I mean, encapsulation 0. These things. Yeah, but that completely defeats the point of uh, having a function, right? Are you sure you need to make all this mess?
No, honestly, I'm not. But I know. Uh, I know 3 ways of making a timer. You've seen 2 of them.
Hmm.
I know 3 ways of doing something. Well, no, really, I don't. I know variations of the same way of doing something over time, but it would involve calling the function, wait a second, and then calling it again.
Well, let me Google it for you. Uh, times. Select timer by function name. Okay. What? So this guy is only doing set timer by. Oh, we're using set timer by function name, right?
Yeah.
No. Object val wrong. Function name is the one. So all that code, right? Um, what one sec? Um, yeah, I'm really struggling to understand how do you write proper code in Blueprint without having global spaghettified code everywhere. So all these should be right. It should be 3 functions here, right? Like fade in, tick, in and out, right? So
Okay.
that it should be 3 nodes here that you should be able to control globally, right? Now we have about 20 nodes, right? Instead of 3. So I want to understand why, right? Because like the thing is, like if you need to do another fade in everywhere, you just need to do all this all over again. You just cannot like share code. No, it's just weird, right? It's just the simple thing as a fade in, you need to do that much. Anyway, so I think, right, so that set timer function, okay, that what is that event called? Like that, like very original event, right? Was that fade in tutorial?
Oh, that fade tutorial.
Yeah, who calls that thing?
The game mode.
Right. So can you create a function?
Okay.
What is this an event is not a function?
Unreal treats them the same.
Yeah, but like if you have an event like that, then all the code is global in the event graph and you cannot use it anywhere else. If you just have a function that say fade in, then you call it whatever you want, right?
Okay. So what part of this do I
All of it. Like, can you take all of it and and just place it in one function, for example?
No, I don't think it will let me because I don't think it will let me put a timer function.
You don't have what?
It doesn't like him. Out of curiosity, can I even? Oh, you can put a timer in a function. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I don't think you could happen any. But that doesn't make. That doesn't make a lick of sense. But okay.
But why do you have to call? See, that fade in function, it doesn't work because then how do you call the fade out? That is always gonna go fade in, right?
Yeah, there would have to be a flag when you call fade tutorial.
Yeah. So that like is there a reason why that fade in tutorial is not cannot be a function? If you like
So it would
in that
be.
function, right? Can you just set timer by function name, whatever, and then probably need to. And can you return the timer handle, right? That you used to stop, right? Yeah, no, but like the whole fade in tutorial, it needs to be a function, not an event. So you can
Yeah, but that would just
you
be.
can call it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. So this function here, right? You go fade in tutorial, and then you go. Can you have a flag, right? In flag in variable input variable, which is if it's fade in or fade out, right?
Yeah, so I've got this boolean here.
Okay, fade in. Okay, yeah, it's a bool, right? Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So,
Which
and
switches this branch here.
so does this thing work?
Uh, I need to update anywhere it was referenced. Anywhere it was being called to.
What is that thing there? Timer between calls or what?
Now let's see if this works and then I'll show you. It doesn't look like that worked. Oh, that timeline's being used to fade the post process in and out.
Yeah. pay the post process. Like here, you don't have to call any function, right? You just need to set a timer, right? Why do you need the function name?
Does
No,
it
that
work
will
if
not
you?
call anything, right?
Yeah, no. But I can't call it itself because it will just keep resetting the timer over again. I'm never actually progressing it.
No, but like, what is the other function that you get? Set timer, right? What does the thing does?
This?
No, the other one, set timer by event. What was that thing?
Oh, by event delegate. Same
But
thing,
then
but
you need
you need,
you needed
yeah.
that event thingy, right?
Yeah.
Can you show me what the function looks like? Oh, okay, yeah, you go event as inputs. Okay, so we don't want to. So okay, just kill that. So now, so the rest of the thing there after time handle, right? Okay. Can you call
Hey, what's up, Mary?
mm,
I don't think I could
can
put.
you,
I can't put like an event in here because.
no, but
Function.
that needs to be another function, not an event, right?
So everything after everything this side.
Yeah, that needs to be,
Right. Okay.
you know, paid or something.
Um.
Now you need to pass the handle, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's getting there. Inventory.
Are you sure? Is there a space there?
No.
No?
Let's just save first. What about?
Way before it crashes.
Yes. Okay, the music. It's outrageous.
It's taking a million years to save a blueprint.
No, the level. All the assets save quite quickly. For some reason, the level takes ages.
Right, so.
Oh, triggered a breakpoint on the way out. And it's crashed.
What does it say on the crash?
Ah, shit, I didn't read. It literally just said triggered a breakpoint. But I didn't read what the breakpoint was.
It's different than a crash. A breakpoint is when you want the program to stop. A crash is when it crashes.
Yeah, I mean, it went breakpoint. I tried continue. It said breakpoint again. I tried continue, and then Unreal closed.
Yeah, I think that is an assert, not a breakpoint. But what was the message?
I didn't read it. I should have done, but I just
Okay.
pressed start the debug again too quickly.
Okay.
Ah, I know what it is. It's annoying. So I've just looked back through the output log, and what I think the problem is, looking at it, is something that should have never let me run the game. It should have never let me compile. I've had a couple of those actually, where I get a crash and then I check what it was, and it's like when I try to manually compile it, it fails. I'm like, all right, so you can't compile, so why did you let me run the game and then crash? Um, there you go. Fixed it. Oh, that's a share my screen. Sorry.
Okay, so
Right.
blueprint bad. Oh, I mean,
What? Fuck? What? Wow, I can't believe that ever let me compile. That should have failed ages ago. That one. That was a completely separate issue. It should have failed a while ago. So I don't know why it was ever like that. Oh, there you go. Install. Ah, just realised I've made a mistake there. Hey, what's up, clown? Yes, the vignette has been ditched. Vignette. Don't know why that text though pops in. Oh, I bet I know why actually. I bet I know why. No, I do know why. In fact, because I've got my order of operations in the wrong. I've got them the wrong way around. That's because I'm calling it to the screen and rendering it before I set the text. That's why the text pops in. Because I am a fool. Show. To be fair, the best time was always in the HUD. It was just also on the time trial gate.
yeah, we got best time section.
My screen's the wrong size there. Sorry, let me just stretch this out. It's in the clouds. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, right. That is a good timing. Fate. Now, yeah, save this in case you're gonna crash again.
I've been getting so many crashes the last couple of weeks. I save like every 2-3 minutes now.
Nah.
Do you also know as well? Sorry, complete sidetrack, but I've got some sort of problem where most of the time when I crash is if I do a save all and it has to save like multiple assets, like 5, 6, 7 assets at once, it would crash randomly on one of them. But if I go through and I save every asset individually before I close, I don't have a problem. So, don't know what that is.
Sometimes I think it's that. Oh no, it's just a hard crash or it just freezes.
No, it's a hard crash and it's like access violation OXO something 5 CA or something like that. It's like a cannot access root thing. No idea why though. Gonna buy an early access copy on payday. Basically, my foot. Ah, that's sick, dude. You'll love it. It's good fun. It's like it's always been fun as well, but it's getting to the stage where it actually feels like a game now. It's like there's some actual gameplay in it.
Oh, thank you, Noel PV. Thank you very much.
That says claim.
I butchered your name. I know. I just total dyslexic.
You just
so you. Well, I can't. I don't understand letters, as you may not.
You're a coder, developer. You don't understand letters.
Are a mystery to me. Yeah, I mean, like C, S, something for me, they're the same thing. Anyway, right. So, are you ready for the very bad news?
No, I'm not.
So, very bad news is that. Okay, play again. Yeah. I think like the timing and everything is very good. Now, what we need to do now.
Why has that not disappeared? That was weird. It didn't disappear.
What didn't disappear? Oh, they had. Yeah, that was sus, right?
Nani?
Anyway, so bad news is that I think we need to contextualize the. We need to contextualize the tutorial, which is probably...
That's on your end. You have to do that in code. We can't do that in Blueprint.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yes.
What's that?
No, it's just me being way too happy that like that's the problem that you have to do in code. Because sorry, like sort of on the note, there's no exposed event for when a vault happens, is there? Like if I ever want to do like on event pat pass, that doesn't exist for me, does it?
No, exactly. That doesn't exist. You need to, we need a way to expose it. Probably in the player character blueprint for that, or in the player state. Well, yeah.
It might be cool though it might be useful. Sorry, to expose that. Although I suppose anyone that's really doing anything with it would do it in code. No, ignore me. I was just being greedy and asking for everything to be exposed. But anyone that's probably going to do any actual work that involves needing that event would just be doing it in code anyway. So.
So what I think we should do, right? Instead of like, because if you are in a place, so let's say that the player is a new game, player doesn't know anything, right? He doesn't even know what a cat pass is, right? And to some extent, right? So what we should do is oh yeah, did we do the slow-mo? Okay, oh yeah, we did slow. What we should do is we should present the tutorial only where they can actually do it, right? Because like
So, like, the
it's
first
not
time
like,
that debug sphere comes up, for example, and the first time it's like, you could actually fault here, and this one, it would come
yeah,
up with decline.
exactly, yeah.
Why is that?
Because that just got a strange halo there. Yeah, because
No, that
if
wasn't
it's
a
not
halo. It
initialized,
didn't.
then people will just do stuff. They don't know where to do a cut price, right? So that brings it back to uh similar style that we had for what was that 007, 008 with that long tutorial, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that is the correct way of doing it, right? Because that tutorial was a little bit, sus, but it really worked well.
I mean, yeah, it did. It was very long.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying doing the exact same thing, right? But I'm saying uh yeah, I'm saying we need to add context to this. Because this, for once, it was never meant to be a tutorial. It was meant to be like the on-screen help for certain
It's supposed to be,
events. Right?
it was supposed to be like a hint. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So um
Oh.
yeah, so how do we do that? Mm,
Um, do you have? I guess you could have anytime your trace comes up as a valid potential vol via the event and check if that tutorial index had been completed or not. If it has, then we don't care. If it hasn't, play it.
yeah. Yeah, I think that might be a good scenario. Okay, can we have some previews of the um another thing, right? Can can we make the border thicker and more glowy before we move on?
That's point. I need to look into that. All right, yeah, I'll look into that in a sec because I'm not sure how to do it. So I shall do a little bit of a Google search and explore. I just want to do my jump first. Also, do you know what's it? Slightly inconvenient. So I was going to go up to do the higher jump down, but this jump you can actually make. It's a super tight window as to whether or not you get the timing right. But if you get the timing right, you can make that jump.
Yeah. Like standing jump like that?
No, stand. See if I can get the timing.
Yeah, by using the bag, right? Yeah.
No, if you get the right one, it does like an actual like running stride jump, places the foot properly, and makes it. Right, come on, cat pass.
I was kind of a cool angle though.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Well, he just jumped in the middle of, you know.
That was good
I mean,
timing.
like, the timing is completely off, but it's so hilariously off. It's quite cool. That was an interesting grab.
Yeah, the
Like,
climb's kind of all over the place
interesting
at the
grab.
moment. I didn't delete it. Just realized.
I don't know. We need to really fix it with David. I think there are lots of sus things going on there.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
So, what is this absolute mess?
What is what absolute mess?
This event graph?
The one you're looking at right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's the game mode.
What's that?
It's the game mode. I just realized.
Yeah, but why has it got
Right?
this mess?
Oh, because it. You mean like this really long string of things that's not broken down into functions?
Yeah, I mean, what is all of this thing doing?
It was me working out the order of things, and I've just not gotten around to breaking it down to functions.
But
Trying
what
to
is
trying to work out why.
like? Shouldn't the game like the game mode should just say fire tutorial? Why has it got so much code for the tutorial and that code is not in the actual tutorial?
Oh, what? Like all of this section?
But everything. I mean, like the game mode
Right.
should
Okay.
call
So the game
okay
mode
start
fires the
tutorial.
tutorial, creates the
Hmm.
widget, creates the actor, and sets those references. So we've got them. Goes into the data table. So, it checks the tutorial index of the save and checks that against the data table, so it knows which tutorial to get. All this information is just getting pumped straight into the tutorial. This is the post process. Wait, we're not doing any post processing anymore, are we?
Yeah, okay, but in case we do, okay, you put it there. But okay, so why we don't do this in the tutorial? Why that fire tutorial is not a function of the actual tutorial?
As far as that is, that's the bit you're on
Yeah,
about, I
but
guess.
that's the function in the middle of 20 million other things, right?
Okay, so well, this would have to be in the game mode because it couldn't create from within itself if it doesn't exist.
No, what?
So
Why?
it would be like game mode fire tutorial, create the widget, add it to viewport, but it can't do that if it doesn't exist. And then create the controller and add that to viewport as well. Just
Mhm.
create the controller, sorry.
Yeah, but the controller is part of the tutorial, right?
Yeah.
So the
Oh,
tutorial
okay.
is
So
not
you mean
function
just
to say
that bit and then everything afterwards?
why even that bit?
Well, because the widget doesn't ever exist. The tutorial widget never exists, so we have to create it first.
Yeah, but like in the in the
Oh, actually, that might
in
be
the
wrong.
tutorial, can't you create
Oh no, that's why it's not working as well.
can't you create an actor in the tutorial?
Yeah. So I assume you could. Small vector. Yeah. Okay. So everything from wait. Yeah. Okay. So this can all.
What is all of these get things do?
These get things. What here?
Yeah, you go get 0, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, these are getting the messages from the data table and turning it into a string. That's get confusing.
I was tutorial which ref.
That is, yeah, that doesn't really matter anymore. No, I'm bringing this over here.
What is tutorial controller actor? What object is that?
That's the controller that the skeletal mesh that animates.
Okay, yeah.
So I'll put this now then. Um,
Yeah, but why do you even need that?
no, I don't. That's what I'm tidying up.
Um, so this thing returns those which strings?
The message is like how to do. Have you tried this? Why don't you try da. The technique name, and then the explanation message that like hold right trigger, flick right thumb, etc.
Uh, isn't that too specific for like that particular int, right? Shouldn't it just be like, okay, we say like we go a main title, sort of like a subtitle and some random text. Would that be like in common with?
Yeah, but that's what it is. Mainline technique name explanation.
Yeah, but technique name is very like specific to how to do the vaults, right? In a way,
What are you ever going to give a tutorial to? That's not. That
you
can't
know,
call
but
a technique.
remember, we keep calling tutorial, but it's not a tutorial. It's a hint system, right? Then maybe we can, I don't know, like if you want to play the radio, do this, right? It's just not necessarily. So the key thing is that it shows you things that you need to do on the controller, and it needs to show you what those things are. But
Subject name?
I mean, it's fine having free free section of text. It's fine, but they need to be generic, right? It just be like titles, subtitles, and
Okay, so mainline subject
description.
explanation.
Yeah, something. Yeah. So we can and I mean, for some of them, it would just be only main text. For some of them, maybe it's no text. Some of them is 2 out of 3, whatever, whatever combination.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you just leave it blank in the data table, it will come through as an empty string. So it will come through as,
Yeah.
for all intents and purposes,
Yeah.
nothing.
Mhm. Yeah, okay.
I really need to push these down into an array, which I'll do at some point. So
Right. So, are you sure that we need to like um let's just finish that. So with this master
I can actually delete that. It's all fucked. I know those.
I'm really not sure why you your default go to way of calling function is through an event. Can't you just call a function? Because then
Yeah,
that is a lot more cleaner than doing
yeah,
back and forth with events,
but
right?
I was about to string a series of functions one after the other.
Yeah, but it can still be a function. Like you use event if you have like you use one event that fires asynchronously, right? But if all it does is calling another function, then you don't need an event, strictly speaking. An event should be only needed where something asynchronously happen, and you need to act on that event, right? But for the most part, the event is like a very very top level, right?
Right, okay.
What? Okay, I'll let you finish. Count. Again.
No. Oh, sorry. Fade out.
Okay, maybe don't call it initialize then, otherwise it's very confusing.
I don't know what to call it.
Anything no initialize. If you do it twice, don't call it initialize. Right. Yeah, can you do fade tutorial? Yeah. Okay, yeah, good.
Ah.
Okay, that makes sense, right? Fade in, okay. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I fumbled the keyboard. That's all.
No, yeah, but that is correct, right? Yeah.
So,
No, yeah,
so
good.
then it would be. It's not a thing. That's not a thing.
What do we do? You still need the ref?
Oh, I suppose. No, we don't really.
So, okay, question, right? Add to viewport. Why it needs to be there?
It's just creating a widget.
Is part of the game mode thingy.
Well, whenever you create a widget, you add it to viewport if you want to be able to see it.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
but
It
why
doesn't.
didn't do it in the core tutorial?
Uh, I
I mean, target self. I don't know if that is gonna work, but
don't know. I mean, I'm basically just, that was like a tutorial or something from years ago that I saw. It was like whenever you call it, whenever you create it, you just add it to viewport.
yeah, no, I see, but I think like as well that create the core tutorial is okay. Is create master widget. Okay, I think that could all, you know, if it's just a function, then you can create the widget inside the function. But let's try this. And then why that is an event? Why that is not a function?
Why is what an event?
Fire tutorial.
For the same reason every other event I've made is an event. Apparently, I like events.
Ah,
um, day every day, Val. All day every day.
Val in the house. You look sad, Gans, that I killed your events.
No, I'm sad that I just started playing the game and the tutorial was not appearing. I'm just sat there
Yeah,
like,
probably. Yeah, I think like the add widget, it needs the self that is I don't know, is that game mode.
The what?
Add to viewport, right? You know, it's got self as a target, right? Yeah, either you pass the target in the code tutorial, right? Target is user widget, right? Yeah, I think that could be
Yeah, there's no
self.
reason that target self shouldn't work. So that fired.
We nearly got 2.5K subscribers.
That's just going to his face. Hey.
Great numbers. It doesn't get code.
Oh.
With the breakpoint.
Oh yeah, I was gonna do like a print string, but breakpoint's easier.
Someone from the chat that gave you the answer. Follow the answer.
Plug the target from when you create it.
Yeah, but you created the same object, right? No? Isn't
Well, that's
that
why but that's okay. Right. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna take it back over to the game mode. Brah, 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 and see. And if it works, then you can stick it.
No, but add to viewport was self before. It wasn't target.
Okay, that didn't make a difference.
No, just remove target from add to viewport.
No, it was always it always had a target. When it was in game mode, it was never self.
No, it was always self.
Not in game mode.
Yeah, it was
It was
self.
never self in game mode because it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have added anything to viewport. It was only self when it was in the widget.
If you say so.
I do say so.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm not.
Why you don't put the breakpoint on fire tutorial? Right?
What?
Leave it
Here?
there. No, in the main one. Just put the breakpoint in fire tutorial and then. No. In the red thing. Yeah,
but no, because I know it fired. I saw it.
Oh,
saw the lines later.
Use the force. Don't trust your instinct. Alright, go F10. Or wherever skip is. Okay, go. No, just why did you skip it? Just
I
do
I don't know what you're asking me.
Just do step. Just do that, but go step by step and see where it goes out.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, that's pretty important. And then
right.
11 to step into the function, otherwise you're gonna lose it. Or don't know your key binding, but it's something like that. Okay, good. Go. So, yeah.
Oh, out of curiosity, is it just fading out immediately? Ugh. Damn your breakpoints. No. Okay.
Right, put breakpoints. So what is this thing doing is yeah, put the breakpoint here and see if it
we renamed things.
Hey, back.
Shut up, Val. Shut my stream.
Does it work?
Kind of.
Yeah,
Agree.
but then you probably kill it already. No?
I swear I deleted that. Ah,
You
this doesn't.
you do way too much stuff. Just do less.
I'm still learning. I'm still a junior.
Just don't do anything.
Shut up, Val.
Leave Val alone.
Wait, why was that worse? Why did that go even faster? That shouldn't have gone at all.
Right, coffee time for me while you eat your mess.
Dado doesn't care you're being bullied. Dado has spent the last 9 hours today bullying the shit out of me. He recruited his daughter to come in and also bully me. She didn't even know what she was bullying me for. She was just following orders. Soldier. Came in and lit me up. Ah, my knee. Knee? My elbow. What? My elbow. Outrageous. Being silly. We don't tell Dado that. We don't tell Dado what I've done. I'm looking at you, Val. I'm watching you. Don't tell him. Don't tell him a word. Don't say a word. Yeah, okay. Let's fix that. That's right. You wouldn't, because there is nothing to know. There's nothing to know. He's not here, but I like it. I like the effort. Just hold on to that for when he gets back. Stuck up at the red light. Faction. Mirror for moment satisfaction. Oh! Say.
We fixed it yet? No response.
I choose not to answer. According to Val, I didn't do anything there.
You didn't do anything.
No, according to Val, I'm innocent.
They do nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I knew that.
Thank you, Val.
Absolutely nothing.
Alright.
I mean, it would be better.
Alright, Val. You can
the game though.
You've made the sale, stop selling. What was that, Dada?
Doing nothing is better than breaking the game. Maybe, actually, no. No, it's better to break the game than do nothing. Yeah. So, what is this thing, for example?
None of your business.
Why this function just calls another function?
It doesn't. It calls it in the... This calls it in the actual controller actor to start animating the skeleton.
Yeah, but controller actor is also available in the play one tutorial, no? I mean, the same inputs there.
Yeah, okay, I guess so.
The same inputs, right?
Yeah.
So why you just don't do it once? This makes zero sense.
I don't have an answer for you, Dado.
Yeah, I know.
No. You sounded so yeah, I know. I know you don't have an answer.
No, okay. So yeah, do this, and then I'll tell you.
Do this, and then I'll tell you why you shouldn't do it.
Like, you know that if you had to pay for all of these masterclass lessons, you could spend a fortune, and I'm giving you all for free.
Oh, 100%. Don't for a second think I'm not grateful. I am always going to be, for the next 2 years, no, for as long as we work together, I'm going to be exhausted every fucking day, and you are going to be tearing your hair out teaching me shit. And don't think for 1 second that I'm not grateful. I am soaking this shit up like a sponge. But I am still a junior.
Yeah, like the other guy, right? Where is the other guy?
At least I'm turning up to work. At least I'm showing up. You have to admit, though, compared to 8 months ago, I am way better than I was.
You know what? I'm not sure. Kidding. Right, so,
Val, get him.
Yeah, so, play with tutorial. Does this thing work? Are you sure?
I mean, I want to say yes, except it's not animating, and I'm not sure why. Oh! Why is that cut animation out? Oh, do I just need more of a hang time at the end? Have I disconnected the hang time? Oh, I have disconnected the hang time. Oops. Why did I ever I must have just deleted it by accident.
Okay, so
Yeah, there you go. Horrendously long time at start and finish, but
yeah, but you need a little bit of.
you need a
So
little
you
bit, but that was too much.
Yeah, I
Why?
think that is way too fast to read. Should like either like leave it I don't know, like leave it way after it finishes, so you can like, okay, what do you have to do? Okay, flick, do that, do this. Now at least 3 seconds.
We'll do 2. So you get 2. That's what you get.
That we get.
So
Is that play tutorial now completely redundant?
no.
That
Oh,
is that
that
empty?
yes.
Okay,
Is it really in use?
kill it.
It's in use.
Yeah, kill it. Alright, so now another part of a masterclass. So
This also isn't fading out. It's just disappearing at the end. I'm reading.
yeah, very bad. But can you go back to, so we got like master tutorial widget, tutorial actor controller, and dummy tutorial game. Oh, right, okay, so yeah, a couple of things, right? Can you go into dummy tutorial game mode?
Do I have to? If
Yeah.
I just say no.
All right. Just gonna wait for that. So I was under the assumption that this, like, we cannot run the game. Well, we can, but we shouldn't run the game with a dummy tutorial game mode, right? So I was under the assumption that the game mode was like the tutorial game mode was only active, right? When you have the tutorial on, which we know there's no tutorial, so just all it's a little bit of broken premises. But what I wanted to ask is how do we switch game modes like as we progress the game? Like
I don't know if you
it looks
can.
to me that the game mode is like once you're on the main menu and they say, oh, start multiplayer. And they say, yeah, okay, multiplayer game mode, right? But in this example, we are on the same map, right? So we cannot just switch the game mode. Is that even possible?
I don't know. I honestly don't know if it's possible. I have a feeling it's not.
Yeah, me too.
And you just have to um to integrate this into whatever game mode you're going to actually want to use.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I don't want to have, that thing there. You should have like, all those variables, all those things, because we want to move it within game modes, right? That should be only, yeah, call it. Should have like 0 variables, 0 state, 0 frame, because you don't want to bring across all these things every time you move over to a new game mode, right?
Okay.
But that is for another day, okay? Just one little note, okay? Can you go back to the function that you were before?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, this function here, right? So
I'm
technically, this function is quite clean, okay? The only problem of this function is that you are doing a check is valid, okay? Instead, you have a different frequencies of code in the same function. So within the same function, the code frequencies should be pretty much constant. And if you go back again to that function that you were before, okay, so you see where you do is valid, okay?
right. Oh, I suppose that doesn't actually need to be then.
Yeah, so like usually like if you have like if this function just calls these four functions, okay, then like just keep it the same, like a high or low frequency, right? Like so like is valid, you would probably want it to do it inside the play function because it's something that you want to make sure that the play function is that the play function um is always correct, right? So inside the play function now, just do
Yeah, but that's what
check
I
the
had.
valid one.
That's what I had before. I had a function that was like it was a play here, and it was just an is valid, and then it done this.
No. But that is even worse, right? Like go into the play vault tutorial.
So
Like every time,
I'm in the controller actor now.
yeah. So
But you
every
can't.
time,
How
all
can you
this
do
is
an?
an event.
How do you do it? Because I love events, Dado. Because
Okay.
we've gone over
Anyway,
this.
so the
What?
first check that you want to do in an event or function, should be a function, is do the same is valid, okay? And if it's not valid, just don't do anything. But you need to do it every time you call the function. So because if you do it before you call the function, if you forget to do that check and the function ignorantly just assume that it's valid, is very dangerous, right?
So what? Just doing? Can you do an is valid on yourself? Surely
Give a
that's
sec.
always going to come through as valid.
Okay, let's go back then to the to where you call it.
Sure, the is valid needs to be beforehand because I'm checking if the actor exists before I cast to it, before I call from it.
Right. Okay. So in this case, okay, like all this chain of functions, they really require, okay, that controller to be valid. So that
Right, but it
check
gets.
needs to be done before you do everything else, right?
But the first part of it is that it spawns that actor. That's why I was like, when I realized that, I was like, oh, I don't actually need the
Okay.
is
So
valid because it's
after
always
you
going to be
form,
valid.
are you sure? I mean, if that is always going to be valid, okay, but out of memory, out of bounds, I don't know, like. But if
Okay,
that
so
guarantees that
so would
everything
you
is
do
valid,
an
then
so would you do is valid here and then only return through if it is, and if for whatever reason it fails to spawn, the whole thing ceases to continue. It would stop here.
are you sure? I don't think it will stop there.
No, I'm asking you if that's right.
Yeah, but like that function needs to return a ball, right? And then you check, oh, is this like, or
So
like why the function doesn't return
what? So there'd be a
tutorial
branch here.
control action? Hmm?
What? So there'd be a branch there.
Yeah, but the branch needs to be on a condition, right? The condition is that.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean. The condition would come from this is valid.
Yeah, but you need to return bool on that function. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awful, but like it's
your
a
instructions.
lot more. It's awful because it's like he has got like the granularity again of this function. It's a bit all over the place. You go like you call free function, then you set the what is that variable? I cannot read. Set index something
Oh, the
tutorial
tutorial
index.
so it's like, which tutorial stage are we on?
So is that an input to that?
Yeah,
Who
it
calls
comes
this guy
from.
here?
So in the game mode, when you call it, because the game mode is the one that's doing the save check. So that
Mm-hmm.
the game mode is the one that's getting that tutorial index. And when I call the call tutorial function, I'm just plugging in the tutorial index as an input.
So is that like the index as
It's basically
like
which row of the data table to look at.
okay. Yeah, so but why do you save as a variable and don't pass it through into the functions?
I suppose I could just pass it straight through to here. Is it not cleaner to just?
Depends. Like so there are like
Could do that.
so there is a there are two ways to look at code in general. Like you can have stateful programming and you can have functional programming. Like in functional programming, you don't have you don't like every function that you call, they don't have what is called side effects, which means that in order to exchange values, you pass them as an input and you retrieve as an output. Okay, like that is the only way to exchange information. If you have a stateful instead, like a stateful setup, like you save your states right into variables, and then you can use the states whatever you want, right? Usually that is considered a bad idea because uh, you can change the state in any like anywhere, and that's got a knock-on effect on anywhere else, and that is
Right.
a lot harder to track.
But if
If
you go
everything
directly
is
from input to output, you're never going to accidentally reset it somewhere else
yeah
because it's that direct line.
yeah yeah
Right.
the the
Okay.
hardest part of following the functional program is that sometimes you need to pass a lot of information, but there are ways to go around it. Like for example, like instead of all of those single variable there, you just make a struct that says, you know, tutorial data, whatever, right? And that does got like all those variables that you need in that context, okay? So you just say one struct instead of like a million different variables. So that way, like, yeah, when you change this struct, you change it once and you know it propagates um
Right.
propagates less. Um so that is the way to do it. Like so if you see there, right? Now that you are passing through that variable, that index, you already seen that the frequency is of this function is a lot better because you only have that weird branch, and like the coloring of the blueprint helps a lot understanding if your function are an absolute mess. So if you see that you got like things all over the place, they like all the color of the rainbow, then it's generally a bad idea because it means that you are like calling things from all over the place. Instead, like if you have like the same frequency, because there will be function in which you set the variables, you do all the math calculation, and then you tend to do only those, right? Like all the function with all of those green nodes where you set things like that. Like usually you have all of those green stuff, and then you set a couple of things, right? So like you can clearly see that you separate the frequencies there. If it's the problem when you start having, oh yeah, you do some math and then you call this function and then you call the other function, then you set some math again. Like it's very hard to keep track of where things changes, and especially if you have like here we go 3 places where things change, and it's already too much technically. Theoretically, it should be only 1 place where things, but we can get there in a little while, okay? But yeah, the general rule of thumb is just keep the same frequency. Now that branch there, right? So spawn tutorial controller actor. Can you go inside that function 1 second? So it's spawn tutorial. Now, why do we save tutorial controller? Do we need to save it?
It's because it gets used here. Basically, it was made before you just gave me that lesson.
Yeah, but like whatever else is used. Can you find the reference to that? Because maybe we can just drag it as the input and that's it, right?
It's probably only used here. Yeah, it's only used here.
Okay, so remove it from there and then see. I think the weird stuff that okay, so can you call that spawn? Because this is now completely redundant, right? Can you call the spawn inside the other function? Because this is a function that only does one thing, so it's pretty pointless, right?
Where would you want to put it?
Instead of the spawn tutorial controller after function, call that spawn.
What, just here?
Yeah. Yeah, that, yeah. Just, yeah, remove, yeah, go. Call that. And just remove like is valid and make it like is valid as a proper node. Yeah. Yeah. So that is, yeah, that is better. So at least like we check that is valid exactly where it creates it, and we don't do bool stuff and weird stuff. Okay, so if you see here, like we improved a lot. So the return value is, I mean, you can create a local variable you can create because that is part of the function, right? Within this function, you can create local variables to avoid having to go like all of the arrow thing, right? So inside the function, you can create as many variables as you want, but don't use global.
Globally, you want as few as possible.
Yeah, globally, you want like 0, pretty much. I mean, I know that is not always the case. Okay, let's run this code.
Is there a big performance hit from having a lot of global variables? Or is it purely just for organization purposes?
It used to be performance hit by reaching out the cache. So the cache was the biggest performance impact on the CPU side, okay? If you have the global variables, they are allocated wherever they are in memory, right? And they're not always where the code is called, right? So, like there are like 3 cache levels, and then there is the, normal memory, right? They go cache 1, 2, 3. And then like cache 1 is like super small, cache 2 is bigger, cache 3 is, a lot bigger, and the memory is huge, right? And then you go persistency, which is like your hard drive and blah, blah, right? So there are like, every time you go out a level of the cache, pretty much your performance degrades like tenfold, right? It's an order of magnitude slower every time you reach out on the outer level, right? Assessing that data. So what you really want to have is all the data, which is basically not even in cache 1, that is basically like inside the in the CPU in the pipeline memory, right? So this is like is where they are. But of course, that is like you can only get a bunch of variables in there. I mean, you can fit the registers there on the CPU, but there are only a few of them, right? So, but if you have a lot of like if you stored in local local variable inside the function, then you pretty much guarantee that when you call the function, the memory is going to be very close to the function. So you always guarantee to be in cache, like apart from the first time when you run it, right? If you're using global variables, that data there could be anywhere else, and you don't have any control over that. Now the compilers do a very good job and everything, blah blah. But in general, that is the main
Right.
problem.
Okay. Hey, what's up, Nosferatu? What's up, Rocket? I would say it for you then, Nosferatu. Oblivion's way better. And probably Rocket. I don't know if there'll be a moves menu for point one. I don't know if I'll get it done in time, but at some point, yeah, probably. Right. Okay. So
Yeah, let's run this because
this
I
is.
don't know if this is gonna run
Oh,
without changing.
yeah, it does. I just done it. The only problem is it doesn't fade out. It just turns off. So I'm not sure
Okay.
why.
Okay, so now okay, so let's go back to the
No, this. Oh, I know why it turns off. It's because of this. It's because I'm having it switch which it's doing. But I tried to be lazy, basically. Cause problems. Do that.
that is another red flag, right? Hey, you're calling twice the same function, right?
Right.
So what you should do, you call it once and you change the input, right? Because the only thing that changes there is the input, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what.
yeah.
Yeah. So I had it like that, but the branch after it needs to change.
Yeah. Okay, just change the branch then. But like just call that function only once, right? You don't need to call it twice, right?
Okay.
But
So
that condition needs to change depending on if it's fade in or fade out, right?
auxiliary ramps.
Select thing.
Uh, select something fade. Wait, hang on. Oh, yeah. So like that.
I have no idea what select does, but it's
So
gonna work
it-
that. And
Well, so it's picking which condition to use based on this fade in. So if fade in is true, it will pick this top condition. It's annoying it's the wrong way around, but it'll pick this top condition, which is the maths for fade in. If fade in is false, it'll pick this false condition, so this bottom condition, which is the maths for fade out.
All right.
Assuming I've done it right and assuming it works.
But
Okay. Subtracting from it. Yeah, so we're subtracting from it. If we're fading in, we're taking that. If we're fading, that's and then we're checking. Paste. Zero. Oh,
you sure it was fading in? Huh?
it's interesting. That's definitely not the one. So we're subtracting from it, and we want to keep subtracting from it until it is less or equal to 0. Once it is less or equal to 0, then we want to stop the time. What's wrong about that?
But what are you subtracting or adding from? What I don't understand. What is that?
So we're getting how
You're
long?
doing both at
How
the
much
same
time? Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Show me the thing. Yeah.
So we're getting how much time has passed times the multiplier, and then if we're following the fade in path, we're setting the opacity by adding this time to the opacity. If we're following the fade out path, we're subtracting. Oh, no, yeah, we are subtracting. It's the right way around. Opacity minus time elapsed. Yeah. Unless, is this timer not resetting? Ah, what the fuck? No, let's go. See if this is resetting or not. Okay. So that's right. Right? What? Oh, no, thing.
So why you don't do the branch? Because it's like that select. There's not the should that be branch?
Wait. According to that, that was weird timing. 0 up to 1. Okay. Well, according to the numbers, it's doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the it's decreasing at what appears to be basically the same rate as it's increasing. So why is it just turning off? Ah, fuck! No, I know why it's. No, hang on. Because I bet it's doing that. Yeah.
But isn't that needs to be only if it's fading
Yeah.
out?
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Which is why. Okay, no.
No, just do a branch. If fade out, then
I can do that because it will only come out at.
no, it will always return.
Yeah, it will always return out, which is fine. But it's only in this case when we're fading out that I've got to remove from parent afterwards.
No, that fade tutorial always returns.
Yeah, but I don't always have a remove parent afterwards.
What do you mean? Yeah, you have. It's there. There is a line there.
Yeah, but this is remove tutorial. It's set to fade out, and then it does remove from parent. The other one, when I do fade in, there's no remove from parent afterwards, so it doesn't matter when it returns out.
Sorry, what? Okay, so what? How are those functions called?
So I've got pull tutorial and I've got remove tutorial separately.
Right. Okay. If you're in fade tutorial, okay, yeah.
And the remove from parent is only after fade tutorial in the remove tutorial thing. It's not.
Wasn't this how it was before?
What do you mean before?
It was exactly how it was before, right? Like that
Yeah,
fade.
except because previously this return node wasn't connected. I think it just fires like whenever it reaches the end, whether it's true or false, it doesn't matter. It does the return. But I think if I'm specifying, it's only returns.
No, that one always returns.
So this will always return, even if it's hitting false every time.
Yeah, of course.
But then, what's the point in having the ability to set a return node?
Well, if it's the same thing as returning like nothing, or you can return a value, right? Now that tick fade tutorial, right? Like that is highly sus, right? And the reason is that is you got wrong, like like in theory, right? This function is called tick fade tutorial, right? So it should separate the concerns as much as possible, and every function must do only one thing. Okay, so this function is called tick fade tutorial and should only do fade.
Oh, so the check should be a separate function after the fact.
Yeah, because every function should only do one thing. Usually. So you can return, right? That.
Stop.
No, like just do it in the remove tutorial, right? You already got that function, right?
Yeah, but this clear and this clear and invalidate isn't always to remove the tutorial. It just stops the timer. So like we use that clear and invalidate on the fade in as well.
But you lose the reference of the timer there. Where is timer and/or saved? Or is that
It's a
is
global.
that a variable there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's that could go wrong. Like if you do like more than once at the time, and then you go all sorts of weird things happening, right? But okay, why would you call this stop fading? Because now remove tutorial doesn't need to exist because it calls just another function, and that is completely pointless. So
Yeah.
no, I mean just keep it there, but just do that in remove tutorial, right? You don't need the extra function.
Yeah, but this section isn't. These 3 nodes here aren't always for removing tutorial. These
Right, okay.
these 3 are. These
Mhm.
check whether or not we should remove it. This just checks whether or not we should stop fading.
So then again, like this function should only has
So
stop fading then, and then do the other stuff in remove tutorial, right? Yeah, but you need to pass fade in, right? Where fade in comes from?
fade in is a global.
Okay, who calls remove tutorial then? Where does this thing get called?
The controller actor pulls it once it's finished animated. So it finishes the animation, it waits the hang time, and then it calls remove tutorial.
Can I see?
Yeah.
What? This is. Why does it got so many casts and so many things in this code? Voice get delay? Voice that get all widget of class?
Yeah, so this gets the master tutorial widget passed to it and then plays and then tells it remove tutorial because it's finished playing the animation.
But like you ask get all widgets and you always
Oh, it's
use
it's the only way I can get widget. I can't get single widget for some reason.
really?
Yeah. I don't really know why.
What like I'm gonna sec, right?
Would it be better to have no?
So why does tutorial controller actors go so much code? Can I see all the code that this thing has? Right. So should the fade in and fade out be controlled by the master?
Well, no, because
Manager?
these are fading the. This is just turning on the material for the skeletal components, skeletal mesh
Right.
components. So these are dynamic material references for this skeletal mesh, and then it's changing the variables,
Yeah.
the values. Sorry.
Okay, so why the fade of the whole thing is done here? Like that get tutorial widget class blah blah, right? Why you don't do it in the master tutorial widget?
The what, this bit?
Yeah.
How
Who
would
calls
I?
this function?
So this is. Wait, what do you mean? Who calls this function?
Where this function come from?
Oh, so when the animation finishes playing,
Mhm.
it waits the hang time, the end hang time, and then it basically it's looking at the master widget and it's like telling them I'm finished playing the animation. You can remove yourself now.
Yeah, but is either the master knows about the actor or the actor knows about the master? It's one of those classic double dependencies there.
So would it be better to just have the whole time the animation's playing? And yes, Zesfar 100% Oblivion's better than Skyrim. I missed Morrowind, unfortunately, but Oblivion's way better than Skyrim. Wow, what? How's all the Twitch chat just started coming in? ESO was alright.
We must have some.
The idea of ESO was better than what ESO actually was. Ah, we got raided. I don't know who raided us, but thank you, Upster. Hey, I'll take it, dude. 10 viewers is huge. So yeah, would it be better to have the whole time the animation's playing, have the master constantly checking like on a tick, is it finished? Is it finished? And is it finished? And then once that flag comes up saying it's finished, it's like, all right, time to remove.
Yeah, show me because I didn't quite get it.
What we're working on, like a little tutorial hint system, but basically it's just Dado teaching me how to code. Thanks for the raid, Up Zero. I mean, I've already got it playing there anyway, so. Playing? Yeah, fuck it.
Shouldn't that be part of remove tutorial, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. I started to make it something else and then I stopped and I was like, nope, that should be here. Nope. Wait.
Don't you already have that information? Because you remove everything from parent, right? Including the tutorial controller actor, right? No?
For the tutorial.
You see how
wait, hang on.
fixing like when you start writing proper code, like you always find like fallacies in the logic that if they're never discovered, if you just did like things all over the place, because you would just start into the jelly cake thing with just you would just start adding to things to stabilize the jelly cake instead of like doing it properly.
It would be, so once it starts playing, it would be there. It would be check when the animation is finished. I don't even need this now. Once it is finished, you can remove from parent. And need to keep checking this over and over again after it started to play. ChatGPT is very good at answering unwritten questions. Interesting. Oh, sorry, was that Dada?
That is not highly sus. Okay, try to do it, but I
How?
think this is.
I'm not sure how I would. Would I put it on an event tick?
But the thing is, like, how did it work before?
The controller, the actor told the widget, told the master when it's
Like,
finished.
And set the fade in flag.
Mm,
The fade in flag was already set, right? And then it was timed properly. So why that wouldn't work now? Who set the fade in and fade out flag? See what I mean by, like, you need to go around in different files and different parts of the code to find where things are set. And this is like a classic pattern that of the stateful, like, programming architecture, which is, it gets, like, imagine that the system was a little bit more complex, and imagine that the system is very complex. It's like you will spend all your life looking for where things are, right?
Yeah. Did I delete the fade out at some point?
I don't know. You probably deleted.
I must have done because it doesn't exist anywhere anymore. Okay, so there is no fade out happening right now.
Okay, put it back.
So it would be here.
So here you say fade out after the animation has been completed, but surely you wanna wait those whatever end the time seconds, right?
Yeah. That happens here before it sets the animation complete flag. It waits the hang time first.
Yeah, but that is another very sus thing, because you are, like, remember that, like, everything needs to be a black box, right? So that hang time is either in the master or is in the tutorial, right? It can be in both, because, like, I mean, you need to do the logic in one place, not in two different places. Like, single source of truth must be only one. So, but, like, make it work again, and then we move stuff around.
So
The other thing that usually a delay conceptually is extremely bad programming. Like, delay is extremely sus.
So
If you have a delay, it means that you're
on that
not
topic,
using the right tools.
but so what would be the right way of doing a delay? Because you want
Well, you need
the
to set
effect
a
of like
timer,
waiting.
like, yeah, but like how you did the timer for the fade out. You just set the timer that is called after.
But what's the difference? Isn't that all a delay is? It's just
No, because you see that delay there has got that little clock, right? And the timer hasn't. So that delay, for example, cannot be called in functions, and this is like it forces you to write code in the event graph, and like there is no logical reason to do it.
So why does it exist?
Well, for people who don't know how to write proper code, I guess.
But why would they not just make this? Okay, so even if this is just a shortcut for people that don't know better, why would it not just have a timer inside of it?
Well, it has a timer inside, probably. It's just that, you don't know what's inside that node. But usually that delay literally is what is called a sleep function. A sleep function is totally synchronous function in C that they just sleeps for whatever milliseconds, right? So usually, instead, a timer is asynchronous function that is called asynchronously while the rest of the code is running. Technically, right, that delay there should stop the execution and not doing anything until whether those seconds has passed. But I don't think they implemented it that way. But
but a delay does stop the execution.
Yeah, but the rest of the other threads will still going, right? So, but inside that thread, technically it will stop. Okay. So, but I don't know how Blueprint create threads. Like threads are like single units of executions, right? So I don't know internally how Blueprint manages threads, right? But I assume whatever it does, right? Like the difference between a delay and a timer is like a delay stops the execution of that thread, while a timer just keeps the thread going, and then whoever the condition is met is called. It's sort of like a callback in a way. But because of the nature of that delay, which I think is pretty much a sleep function, it's considered an anti-pattern, especially in multi-threading application, because you go you're already part of a multi-threaded application. There is no reason why you should stop like that. It's just just keep the thread going and then just fire that event at the end. That is a perfect example where you should use events, which is the only place that you don't use the events. Ironically.
So how would you do this properly with a timer? If the timer doesn't stop the execution, it would hit it and carry on through, which means it hits all of this stuff.
No. But you that set blah 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 becomes a function that gets only called after the condition is met, right?
I don't understand why. So you're putting a halt on that execution until the timer's finished, and then executing, which is what the delays do. So if this became a function, which is this is the only stuff after it, putting a timer here that waits before it executes this is the same as leaving a delay that waits before it executes this. Nothing after, because there's nothing existing after this, so nothing gets paused.
Yeah, exactly.
So in this In this specific situation, a delay in the time is the same. Not generally, but like in this exact one.
Well, no, because you cannot put the delay inside a function. So you are completely screwing the granularity of your functions by
so it's an organization difference. Organizational. It's a difference in how you're organizing them.
Well, it isn't, right? Like, imagine that, like, you would have needed to do something else, right? Then it didn't want to stop for whatever second. Like, where that white line comes from?
On the left.
Yeah. Where did that come from?
Whenever I hit the custom event of stop ticking.
Yeah. So, like, instead of like, ironically, you use the event in the wrong place, and it's the only wrong place that you could have used the event. So, like, what is that stop ticking called?
Top of my head. So in this power to value mapping that we done the other night, so as it ticks through, once you reach the end of the curve, it passes through that branch. So it meets the condition, passes through the branch, and tells it to stop ticking, which closes the gate.
Yeah, I think like that gate there is highly sus. I think that gate is another anti-pattern that is extremely weird. But anyway, so instead of doing an event, okay, you can just incorporate all that code into one function that is stop ticking, okay, and then at the beginning of that function, instead of using a delay, okay, you use a timer which doesn't loop. It just waits whatever needs to wait, and then it calls that bit of code. So in there, you had done two things, right? You remove all this code from the event graph, and you remove a function call because the function is called directly where it needed to be called, right?
Wait, but
you probably have to change that gate. That gate looks incredibly sus, and I still no idea what that gate is.
Well, the reason there's a gate there is because we're doing this on event tick, and event tick happens all the time, so I need to be able to close it. So rather than an event tick, have that be something we're calling, so we choose when it does and doesn't get called.
Well, yeah, that could be an event, right? Yeah. See, you probably put it there because you got also all those delays, and if you remove that delay, then I've really no idea what gate is. Yeah, but then again, the need event, that is a function, right?
Yeah.
Because all the event does is it just creates two functions, and unless it's a genuine event, like event tick, you don't need it, right? That why the tick curve needs to be an event? Who calls that tick curve?
This does. So the opposite of when it was. So when it was true, it was stop ticking. But now we've
Yeah.
gotten rid of the gate, so I've done it the inverse, which is when it's false. Keep ticking.
Yeah, but why? Who calls this? Who calls this function then? What is this function? Curve to value mapping. Who calls this function and when?
So when we do. Oh, so when we play technique, so after it sets the camera angles and the material labels, the dynamic materials in that, then it goes on to play
Yeah, but
technique
where this comes from?
here.
No, but where this bit comes from? The bit that we're looking at now.
This is that when we call this play vault tutorial.
Okay, who calls that thing?
The master.
Okay, from where?
From the
So
call
none
tutorial.
of those needs to be event. Like all you're doing is just calling a function twice for no reason. That you cannot optimize into a function because that has been generated as event, right? So like you need to go back pretty much like everywhere and remove all the events, and you will see, right, that this code will basically come down to pretty much nothing. I really think you shouldn't have anything in the event graph. It should be like, all external events that the master continues. Yeah, but all of that needs to be function, right?
I was gonna. Oh, okay. I was gonna do it in sections.
Well, it depends. If they all do the same thing, then there is no reason why.
Well, so this sets a ton of variables.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But what are those variables used
Everything.
in there? Then they need to be in the same function, right? What is this function called?
Play vault tutorial.
Sorry?
Play vault tutorial. It's
Yeah,
actually a bad name because it's 0 volts, but yeah.
Okay, just collapse all of that event into a function.
Oh, I can't because I've got delays in them.
Yeah, exactly. So like,
Or I have a delay in there, sorry.
yeah, what is that delay for?
I don't know, actually. Let's see if it breaks anything.
Is the delay at the beginning, right?
Fuck, why am I getting a pile error in the camera? Oh, that doesn't actually work, so I can delete that. That was me testing something that didn't work. Infinite loop detected. Well, apparently that delay was stopping an infinite loop.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, just the fact that a delay stops an infinite loop, it tells you it's very broken, right? Like, doesn't make any reason. Like, so
Oh,
you
yeah.
should really,
yeah.
what? Yeah, exactly. What is that? I mean, so capture render and then you call again capture. What is that thing? What
Oh,
do you call it?
this capture render targets. This is me manually This is me manually capturing the render targets rather than them automatically capturing every possible frame. So this is for performance purposes, so we can manually tell it when to capture and when not to capture.
Yeah. But like, why do you call capture and then you capture again? Like
Because
play technique, right? You go capture render target, and then you do some checks, and then you do capture render target again.
yeah, so the capture render target captures it for one frame. So every time we update the curve, we want to capture. We want to update, capture, update, capture.
But like, I don't understand. Like, so why? So why is it called in two places? Why is it called the first time anyway?
This is to get an initial image.
Yeah, but you will get an initial image like 5 instruction later, right?
Yeah, but you'd miss the very start of the animation. You'd miss the first frame, maybe a couple frames.
What? But just do it before then. Just swap the order of capture and curve, right? But then, yeah, even there, right? I don't think that would make any difference. But so you just play technique, right? Now here, that delay will really screw things up because what I don't understand is what is tick and what is play technique.
So when we very first call it, when we very first call play technique, it says the current time to 0 so that we can use that to track through the curve later on. And then it does a delay where it waits for a second, waits for whatever we want our pause time to be before it starts animating. And then it goes in. And then every time it's updating the curve, it comes through the tick. So this is like a do once, basically. So it does this to just like initialize it. And then it goes into looping.
Okay, but who called tick curve?
This curve to value mapping was tick curve.
But that is an infinite loop, right?
Yeah, it would need it. Well, I was going to say it would need a delay, but yeah, no.
No, but it doesn't matter. Even if it has the delay, like that will always no. That will. Oh, you only do if
No.
paused?
Yeah. It's only if we haven't reached the end of the curve. If we've reached the end of the curve, then it doesn't call tick. It only ticks as long as we haven't finished it.
But who? Yeah, but so you need to have like this, like the way you call events and function is completely broken because you either have a real event that is spawned by by some other events by the system, or you just put this onto a timer. You are basically artificially creating an event with a delay, and that is just like the worst idea ever. Like this curve mapping, right, is effectively the tick function, right?
Yeah.
So why you don't rename this tick function, and in the play animation you just set the timer that tick the function n times?
Because I hadn't learned about using timers when I made this.
No, but now we can do it.
Yeah, now we can.
Yeah.
So I delete this? No, because we still need to. I'll come back to that in a sec. So Oh, so it would be timer at the start of this.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Well, no,
we'd
I
want the
mean,
capture inside of it though, wouldn't we? Because this would get deleted. This would be renamed to tick curve, and
yeah,
this would move inside of here.
you want to move the capture inside the tick, right? Because you
Y-
want to capture, right?
Yeah, and then this would be
Yeah.
renamed to. Oops, wrong thing. To curve.
Yeah, but the tick shouldn't set the timer. The timer should be set outside the tick, right?
Oh, yeah, because otherwise it's going to keep resetting itself over and over. So it would be like that.
Yeah, but okay, but you need to go one step while you are in there, right? You need to remove that delay as well and set it as well into a timer, because otherwise you still have a bit of the code that are not quite right.
So we'd want to move what? Sorry.
You know that delay there? It will
Yeah.
be, yeah. I mean, for now it's gonna be okay, but like
Oh,
play technique, it just calls that function
I,
that
I,
event that is below. It doesn't
I,
really make sense.
I could use this
Oh
initial
yeah, exactly.
initial start delay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't even need that. Yeah, yeah. But then, right? Just instead of having that event there, right? That is now a function, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
play technique is just a single function, right? What do you call tick?
Is
No,
that not
tick
right?
is already called by the timer.
Yeah, but I thought the timer was looping, so it would be update, update. Okay, should this be called update curve?
What? Well, like the timer, right? Calls tick curve, right? Why you call it again after?
Because but all tick curve does is it runs through once. It does a capture of the render targets. It moves the curve along to do a little bit of animation, and then it checks if the animation's finished or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but why you like that function is called in the timer, right? Why you call it at the end?
I don't understand what you're asking. Surely
Tick
this,
curve.
yeah, but doesn't this means that every time? No, doesn't this mean that every time this increment comes through, it will check animation complete, and then it will decide which one to do. So it will keep updating the curve. Is that not what this means?
No, like every time that tick equals function name. So what is the point in having the function name there?
Oh, right. So you mean like that?
Now, why you're like if you set a timer by function name and you don't give any function name, the timer does nothing, right?
So move
Remove
this
tick
inside of tick.
curve, eh?
So what that this check would go inside of tick curve?
Well, possibly, but I don't know. Probably not, right? But when we remove tick curve from there and just use it in the timer, right?
Uh,
Okay.
I suppose.
So you see that you still have that tick curve there as a function call.
Yeah.
You need to kill it.
No, no, it's just here so I can double click into it, so it's just easier.
Well,
That's why I've not plugged it in. It's just a shortcut for me. So would it be like that? So every time this timer loops, it runs tick curve. It does the like da 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 da, and then it checks, and if it's finished the animation, it stops the timer. If it hasn't, then crack on, son, keep going.
yes, you can do that, although the bad thing about that is that tick curve should always do only do tick. It shouldn't destroy things. Like,
So where would you put
need
this? Oh,
or you put it. I mean, you can leave it there, but like, what I don't like is that this function does two things. It does the tick and is also
I mean, it does.
destroys them.
Yeah.
I think in theory, this function, this tick, should be called independently if it has a timer or not, right? But for
Call it
now,
independent,
this
yeah.
works, okay? So leave it like this.
Right. Okay.
Just some that dependency is highly sus, but now and then what you need to do is remove the play technique as an event and just put it into a function.
But the function would just be this, though.
Now, what don't you want to set the timer?
Well, yeah, but oh, right, no, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Sorry, I was being stupid.
How many play technique here?
No, that's where it would have been called. This will get. I'm going backwards down the line.
Right, can you zoom in? So that is still an event. It's not a function, right?
No, it's a function. Play
But
technique.
it doesn't have the F. It's got the thing for the event.
I don't know what to tell you. It's
Right.
not an event.
Okay.
Play function. Play technique. Sorry, function.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Call function. Play technique. Yeah.
no, it's
I don't know
probably
why it's
the wrong reference. Now, like, what is that? Big select thingy there? Sequence there?
so. This is the order of things it needs to do. So it needs to position where the camera is, turn the materials on. If we're using the labels, turn the labels on. Set text, which actually we don't care about this anymore because the text gets set in the master widget.
Okay, yeah.
So we don't care about that one anymore.
Right. Just save and run it because we've done too many changes. It's highly dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to plug the end, right? We didn't plug the end, right?
I got access violation, reading location. Unreal's about to
Yeah,
crash.
saved, right? Yeah, it's probably because we didn't we didn't plug the end, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
Is there a new user that is called fuck you?
Sorry, what was that, David? Dado?
Is there a new user that is called fuck you?
XCKU.
Right, yeah, fine.
Walking line.
I
Whilst
don't care.
Unreal's booting up, I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, me too, actually. Let's grab some drink.
Hello.
There we go.
I've just realised what you're trying to teach me. You're treating a blueprint as like a header, aren't you? Where all you do is define a series of functions and variables if you need it, but the event graph never has anything in it. Is that what you're trying to recreate in Blueprint?
You say the header?
Oh, I might be using the wrong name.
I mean, maybe an interface, but I think generally good design patterns.
Fair. Okay. So, let's get these back open again. I am taking this all in, by the way, and like as slow as I am getting it, I am actually absorbing the information and storing it. At some point, you won't have to keep teaching me this. I will have actually learned it, got my head around it.
I don't know about that.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm getting my head around it now, and I'm understanding it. But it's when I start remembering to do it.
Yeah, I think you're still young enough to absorb this information, but it's an ever evolving thing, and I'm still learning stuff every day, and it's just a process that never ends. But
oh, I don't mean that you'll ever get to the stage where you have to stop teaching me, but you won't have to keep teaching me like these really basic bits. Eventually, I'll get these
at some
and I'll
point,
remember it.
you will get used to, the core. Yeah,
It'll probably help a
thing.
lot when I actually get around to learning C++ as well.
Yeah, the same things applies pretty much everywhere.
Okay. So, why do we think it crashed? Because we didn't plug in the end.
Yeah, I think so, right?
So where would we do that? Yeah, we did, didn't we?
I think we left out. I surely left out something, right?
Oh, apparently didn't save.
Can you start the sharing again on the Discord?
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
So what I would do is, can you check that all of the delays are gone?
I will do indeed. This is such a good song.
That function there, right? What is the thing that you pass as an input?
This?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so in here, like inside of it, this array gets populated based on what? Actually, oh, I know that this is for. This doesn't actually need to be here anymore. That's for something that I was testing that didn't work and I didn't like it, and I forgot to delete it. Sorry.
Okay. Kill it.
So
So, what is the reason why you passed down, right?
no, it was for when I was messing around with you called the widget up and you could manually set which labels are visible. But I found a better way of doing it. And forgot to delete it.
Because that was another thing that was highly sus, which is you just created an array and then you pass it. You could just like create it inside the function, right? You don't need to have that.
Yeah, it was creating the array and I was setting it like somewhere up, but it's just more bad practices basically. Stuff that I've learned not to do tonight.
Yeah. So what is the variable that you passed? Was that HoloLens? Was that?
Oh no, hide labels. It's just a boolean. So when you call this thing, you set whether or not you want to hide the labels. But as we're working backwards down the list, this will get collapsed. But it looks like all of the delays are gone. There's a delay here. Yeah, but it's not plugged into anything.
Okay, kill it.
I'm leaving it there mainly as a reminder that I need to add that end hang time at the end.
Okay, save everything I'm doing now, right? So we deleted that thing.
So where would we put the? Would it be better to put the end hang time in the master or in the actor?
Well, it depends where is that defined, in the master or in the actor? It looks to me the actor is only.
Currently, that end hang time is defined when you call the event. So technically it's called in the master, but just barely.
Yeah, but end hang time is like, that is not a property of the controller, it's a property of the whole widget, right? So it shouldn't even exist in the controller. The controller should only do controllery stuff, right?
Okay.
Should only care about itself.
That means we also don't care about the pause at the start.
Yeah, exactly. Because that, like, you need to separate the concern. You know, everything must do only one thing at the time.
Actually, no, we do care about the pause at start because that's the initial start delay on this timer, this tick curve cut timer. So we actually do care about that in the actor.
Yeah, but why is that in the actor and not in the?
Because
in the
it's
tutorial?
So what would you do it in the tutorial and just cast it through?
So if I understand, no, you don't ever need to pass it through, right? Because if I understood correctly, right, the master is all the widget, the text, and blah blah. The tutorial is strictly the actor with the 3D.
The model, the mesh, and the skeletal mesh, and the
yeah. So that has got no reason to dictate what the master tutorial should do, right? So all the timing and everything, they should be do in the master tutorial. This should be completely opaque class that is only said, okay, show me, I move the stuff up and down, and that's it, right? It should only care about itself.
So, sorry, I'm eating ice cream at the same time. So how would you do this initial start delay on the timer?
Well, you do it, you do a timer in the master tutorial widget, and then after that initial delay as lapse, you call the function in
Right.
here, which is test
So
start.
the delay is on the master side, not this side.
Yeah,
Right,
because
okay.
here it doesn't know where it comes from. It just know that it needs to play his own animation.
Right, okay. Okay, so yep. Okay. Do you want to make an executive? Do you want to make an executive decision quick? Do you want to keep these labels or not? Should we keep them or should we kill them?
Let's keep them, but we'll decide later if we use it or not. You know, they're there, so no reason why we want to kill it just now, especially if we can hide them.
Okay.
I guess for some really junior users that Unity or very extremely casual user, we may want to say this is called a left thumbstick, this is called left shoulder. To be honest, right? That's not really casual. I mean, I get confused every time somebody call like shoulder, trigger, thumbsticks. Like it's not like, you know, as obvious as it seems. Like, you know, was my friend is like 20 years in the game industry, made, you know, biggest games ever, and they said, yeah, just use the shoulder button. And he asked, what is the shoulder button? Because he
Oh, we called it
immediately,
bumper.
yeah, like it was exactly like, you know, it's, you know, he mainly developed for PC anyway, so it's just like it's not entirely obvious unless you are, you know, you use it very often. Anyway,
Interesting.
yeah, so keep it. I mean, as
Yeah.
long as we can hide them.
So
In fact, I think it would be better if. See, the problem with that is they should be um they should be on only when you have a hint. They say here is how we call things up. This is the right thumbstick. This is the
yeah.
left one. This is the shoulder. Blah blah.
So the labels are only on for the active components. They're not all on all the time. So even if you say even if you make them visible, like you say don't hide them, it will only show the ones that are active.
Yeah, but you don't want to show text over another text, right? Because
that's true.
So I think like we can have like a special mode in which we say, here we go, this is the controller and this is how the things are called. You know, like just the legend as the
Right. Sort of like on like a pause menu controls menu thing, and it would have them all labeled.
Yeah, something like that. Like something that, you know, like, because if we say, press the right shoulder, and I say, what is the right shoulder?
But in that case, though, wouldn't it be way more performance efficient to just make that an image, like a preset image, rather than through this actor that's a whole render target and everything? Because
but we are playing the tutorial runtime in the game, so
no, but I mean specifically for
that is
no, but I mean specifically for like the pause menu version.
Yeah, but the pause menu version, it will run like a full frame anyway. It doesn't need to be performant.
No, true. Okay. So, what we've got on the screen here, would we collapse this
Yeah.
all of this down into a single function, and is that done, or is there more collapsing after that? Before that?
I don't know. Let's just collapse this and then we see. Why time multiplier is 0?
Because that was being plugged in like that and being set on the way in.
Okay.
But would it be better to have them be inputs in the play technique function, and we just drag the line straight across?
Yeah.
Because
If that is not the place where we use it, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So let me do it backwards first to make sure they all end up in the right place. Wait. What? Oh. Whoops. That wasn't supposed to be that. Ah, no, the time multiplier is in tip. Which is never actually visible to draw a line to, because it's called by the timer.
Well, in that case, you can leave it there. Although we probably want to move it, because if you see how the vision of this function is already looks a little bit sus. Now it's got that thing there that pops out from there, and
Right. Okay, hang on. Let me. We can make
couple of
this.
sus things, but just leave it like, because we changed it way too much. So just check that it runs, and then also we didn't know why it was crashing before, so we needed to first make sure that it doesn't crash.
So. So if it's not, if it's the end. Ah. Actually, I'm going to do that now. I remember. Oh, switch my eye. So the so where do we put the N? Wait, hang on. Yeah, so that currently it should. I think currently it should spawn, play, finish animation, and then never remove itself from the screen. Is I think where it's at.
Well, save everything.
Yeah.
You'd crash the same way it crashed before, right? Because we didn't change anything there, right?
Well, it didn't crash. By the
It's a
looks of
ping.
it, it didn't spawn the controller.
Yeah. At least it didn't crash. We made that progress.
Wait. Hang on. Oh. So. No, it's spawning the actor. Okay. So the actor's spawning. And then we call play tutorial. Set the mod
Like,
player.
how
Set
is
that.
the actor connected to the fade in?
What do you mean? How's it? I don't understand the question.
The actor is rendered on a what's that, on the render target thingy, right?
Yeah.
Do we like, how do we fade in?
The overall render opacity of the entire widget fades in.
Of the entire widget?
Yeah. So it shouldn't be that the widget's coming in and the render target isn't. Like it's fading in the whole canvas in one go.
Okay.
Um,
So
so we come in, we set the time up player, we set the animation up play, that's fine. We set the desired tech and we search for that. That is all working. And then we go position camera. The thing is, I didn't change any of this. So
I'm gonna say, like, I think it's not calling the timer then. Like,
yeah, it's gotta be that it's not calling it.
yeah. What is that tick curve function?
Capture
Can
the
you put the
render.
breakpoint here?
On here.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or maybe it does call it only once, something like that. Not even once.
No, never hit the breakpoint.
Okay, yeah, just check that time. Check that he hits the breakpoint where he actually sets that timer.
Hits it. So it never executes the function.
Mm-hmm. What is delta S?
That's the delta seconds from the event tick.
What's the value?
somewhere between 0.01 and 0.02. It varies slightly.
But that is why that is delta seconds.
Is that not what we'd want between every? How often we'd want it to tick? Oh, well, this never called it. This number's always changing.
Hmm? No, I mean that is called only once, right? So maybe that delta second is 0, right? I don't know.
Ah, maybe. So what should we put this time to? Like 0.0. Well, no, because this time value. That's how many. That's how long before like re-executing.
Yeah, but or maybe the delta second at the beginning is huge. I don't know. Like, can you print out the delta second?
Oh.
I mean, okay, you just go with 001 and see if it appears.
Oh, yeah, it was just that.
Yeah, so I mean that is another very sus thing, right? So the sus thing is that in the event tick, you said that delta seconds, right? But possibly, right? That function, it gets called before the delta tick is ever gets called. So can you pass in delta seconds in the play technique? From the master, so we know that is always accurate.
From the wait, what?
No, just do like that. Add an input, yeah, good, yeah, and then who calls this function play technique?
Oh, so you mean trace it back like that?
Yeah.
So what? Use the delta tick from the master.
Well, it's not really accurate because problem is that whatever delta tick is used when that thing is connected is gonna be you know, is gonna be used, right? So I mean
should we just leave it as a static number rather than delta seconds?
Yeah, we should leave it as a static number, but we should also clamp it like that is always 1 second, right?
What is always 1 second?
Delta time is 001, right?
So every time I've seen it, it's between 01 and 02. 0.01 and 0.02.
Yeah, no, but that's just some BS, some non-coding, like non-time correct coding that the people are generally very lazy, right? So, so the thing is that inside that timer, right? So we know that this timer gets called once every, 100 times a second, right? Which I think it may be too much, right? But if you go into the tick curve, how do you use that delta?
Times it by the multiplier, add it to the current time to progress through the curve.
So why we don't just read the global timer and just
what, the accurate real time?
Actually, yeah. The problem with that is that we need to save the first time, right? Which is extremely annoying. Right?
I at one point, like I said, I might have set it up wrong, but at one point I had accurate real time hooked up, and I was getting weird results working through the curve. I don't know why.
Yeah, but probably because some of the logic there was. Like, I'm gonna say, what is delta S there?
That's the delta seconds being set by event tick.
Yeah, but that is wrong, right? because that should be the same value that the timer is called, not the tick, right? Because
How?
like you call this function
Yeah.
uh, every every hundredth of a second, but then you do things, you know.
So really, it should be the same number. Like that. Out of curiosity, if I
Well,
drag that, I don't know if this is a thing or not. Does it like? Oh, I didn't know if it would pop up as an input here because it was recognizing the function or not. That would have been cool. So
yeah.
is this the time where you would have a global variable and you'd set like a global variable as a static time of 0.01 and have it plugged in both places?
Um, well, yes and no. I mean, you should never have that, and the fact that that timer it can only be called this way is very poor. Usually in C++ you can have parameters of functions, so it shouldn't be that horrible, right? But um, um, yeah, I think like because you need to have a static variable, okay, global. You better you're much better off incrementing by whatever time it is, right?
So was that a yes to make a static global float
Yeah, but not for that variable, for another one, for start timer.
for this?
No, I mean you can call that like a million times frame, but um, mm, yeah, it's a bit this whole timer thing is it's very sus. Um, okay, so okay, can you pass delta timer right the from the master into this function?
The event tick, the delta time.
Hmm. How do you call that function from the master?
Uh, we call it from the game mode. The game mode calls it.
Has the game mode has a delta timer?
Yes, it does. So do you want to use the delta time from the game mode?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, maybe we don't need this. So it would be going into here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fifth. Just saving for a run. Okay. So why does that have a space in it? Oh.
Didn't play tutorial already has his own timer?
No, play tutorial is from the actor. So I can't do timer by function name in the master unless I place this in its own function.
What is that? Like, can you go inside play tutorial? Play technique? Yeah, set timer function, right? This is already looping, right?
Yeah, but this is for the initial. Oh, I suppose we could just trace the start delay back.
No. That's awful. That's
Because this was
another context.
Yeah, the timer I was on about here would be the delay at the start before.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Running the animation.
Yeah.
But yeah. I can't call this as a function name for it.
But you don't want to call that function name.
So what would I call? Would I place this in a function in the master and call that?
Well, if it's only a time delay, why you don't just don't use the normal timer thing? Set timer. You know, like the other set timer that doesn't call a function.
What, by event? Do you not need an event delegate for that?
So that guy was
set a timer to execute delegate, yeah.
I'm gonna say, like, they, so we want to, what is that delay for? Like,
so we've brought up the image of the controller with the text, and this is like how long we want to wait before the controller starts moving. Before the
controller starts moving, okay?
Yeah, before the animation starts.
So that is a specific property of the tutorial, right? Yeah, so you need to, you don't need to pass it. I mean, yeah, okay, pass it through, like, say, tutorial initial delay. So, well, yeah. So pass it through that function and just do it as before. If that is a property of the tutorial and only the tutorial controller.
So what function? So what I make a function that just has this.
Kill that function. Yeah, just call it normally and use another variable. Like what is your variable define? Edge and the time? No.
The end hang time and the pause time.
No, sorry, not the end. Do we have that as a variable? Starting time. What is starting time?
The start delay. Oh, what is starting time here? Presumably at some point.
Okay, okay, kill that. So where do you declare that initial delay?
That initial delay. I don't anymore. I used to declare it in the actor, but we've deleted it because we said it was a property of the widget rather than of the controller, rather than of the actor.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I don't declare it anymore. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but now it looks like that is a property of the actor, right? Because that is where the delay
Well, it would be this initial start delay on this timer, which is why I was saying, do we just track it back?
Yeah, let's track it back. I think is more coherent way of going around it.
Yeah, so then it would be there, which we could just.
Yeah, I mean that could be a const function. But yeah.
So
yeah, it's initial delay of the animation, not on the whole thread.
So why was your gut reaction earlier to look at it and say that was a terrible idea to track it back? What was it about it that made you think it was a bad idea?
Don't remember. It was about this.
Yeah, because I was saying, like, I need a delay at the start, which is this one. Should I just set, like, because you said that it should be a delay on the widget before we ever call the play animation, which means you do it in the widget side.
Oh yeah, because I thought that delay was part of the widget, but now I understand that the delay specifically the controller delay to. I thought it was like general widget delay.
Right. Okay. I'm with you. Okay, so we need to add hang time at the end before we delete it, which would be, yes, here.
Okay, so this is the master tutorial. Okay, yeah.
So it would be set timer by function name. They are.
Yeah, that's correct, right?
Okay, except for the fact that I can't set this boolean when I call it through the timer. So I have an idea to fix it, but it's probably a shit idea, in that the boolean defaults to being fade out, and you manually tell it, you tick it if you want it to fade in. Because at the moment it defaults to fade in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it doesn't. It does default to fade out. Oh. So no, in theory this should just work then.
Yeah, but we need to understand how to call function with parameters written. Can you Google it? Because that looks sus as. Or maybe not. Maybe you can't.
Function with parameters from timer. You set timer on function with parameters. I don't want it in code. I want it in Blueprint. Right, so the answer I'm seeing is to use the timer to call a method for calling the function. No, yeah, but that still wouldn't. No, that's still shit. That's still a shit solution. The problem. Yeah, let me send you the screenshot because this is how they're talking about sorting it. Which is like, even I'm looking at it like.
Send me the link.
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense to me. That looks like really stupid.
Well, that's so. What they're doing there is what I used to do, because I don't do it anymore. I've learned now. But they're using an event, a custom event, to act as a function. So the timer tick 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 down to function and do task, which is actually a custom event, which then goes through and does the thing.
Yeah, but that is a mess because you can't, can't generalize that thing. And I, can you create events in function or events are only in the event graph?
Can you create events? No, you can't. No, events are only in an event graph. You can't create events in a function.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. Really. Okay, right, fine.
So let me save this. And oh, I fucking triggered a breakpoint when I saved. What? Fatal error. New object globals.cpp. Illegal call to static constructor object while serializing object data. Object will not be saved.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's restart and see what.
So the only thing I've got an asterisk over is the controller actor. So I have a feeling the only thing we've lost is tracing back that start delay. That's the crash I keep getting. Is if I do save all assets like I did there, it'll sometimes crash.
Mm.
But it doesn't if I go through and save them one by one.
The other way to do it would be to do it inside the tick function, and then like I never counted there, and this is just basically doing like the timer by hand, which is probably a better idea, but we need to do a little bit more of plumbing. All right.
Yeah, we lost the input, the initial start delay. That's fine. Trace that back.
I don't know why like it's crashing. I mean, this thing should never crash.
Yeah, I don't know. Um.
What is that condition there?
That was animation complete. So
What's that called? 1 second.
when the
What is the condition? Like, what is
so
the
yeah,
check?
I'm trying to find it. It's in here. So when the
Yeah, no. But like, if you go back to the function, right? There, like, but that is always true, right?
no, because when we go to when we first play tutorial, we set it as false, and then it doesn't get set true until we reach the end of the curve. Then it gets set true.
Okay, sorry, go back 1 second. No, there is another place where we set it, right? Like, go back to where it was before. That there, okay. There is another thing, right, that is very bad to do, which is you should never access member variables. You should they're not in the same class. You should only access through functions. So basically, that's called an interface. And the reason that like a variable holds only one thing, and it's like
So what
variable is.
So what would be the right way of checking from the master if the animation is finished? Would you have like a check for animation finished function in the actor that you call repeatedly from the master?
So this is pretty weird case because we ask the controller, right, if we can remove the animation. So I think the logic is not strong because the master should really know where he needs to remove the tutorial. But in this case, right, like you need to create a function in the target controller actor, right, which is called, I don't know, like is animation complete, and the function just simply returns that bool for now. Later on, you can have more, more logic in there, right? Yeah, that's horrible with the question mark.
I thought you'd like that.
I love it.
So it's just that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You sound so sad about that. You're like, it's just that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're using.
There is that function. That is technically called an accessor. Like it just access the variable throughout the function and not throughout the variable itself.
But isn't that the same as what this is doing when I'm just casting and grabbing the variable?
So the difference is that if the animation complete changes the logic, like maybe you need to check another bool, another events and stuff like that, then you will have to go and change everywhere else you use that bool, right? And update. Oh no, now we use two bools, right? And then you need to change everywhere else you're using. Or maybe that bool, you remove that bool because you don't need it anymore, like in your check if the animation is complete. And then everything breaks, right? Instead, if you encapsulate that condition into one function, like you say, okay, now that function simply returns true, false. has like super complex logic. So you don't have to change the client, right? The client should always be agnostic. Like that is called the Liskov substitution principle. So the client should always be agnostic of the implementation. So master, for example, is your client, and he uses this class. Master should completely be agnostic of how the tutorial controller actor implements the stuff. He should only use whatever publicly available interfaces there are. In this case, it's that function. And usually variables are never public interfaces because of the reason that we just said. But you still need the branch though. You kill the branch, but you still need the branch.
So we would.
You just call the function instead of the. Can you actually make that variable private?
Uh,
Yeah. So really, every variable should be private, like by default.
and private means the only thing that can affect it is its owner.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't risk that, because like that is to avoid also side effects. So let's say that an external object just decide to say, "Oh, I'm gonna set animation complete to true," and then like your object doesn't know about that, and then you know you
So,
found out that, oh shit, what, this is true.
so out of curiosity, right? So all of these best practices that variables should be private, that things should go through functions, not custom events, that delays and gates should be used, like all of these best practices. Why is it that Unreal is designed in a way that gives you so many of the easiest ways to do things, so many of the most convenient options you have and avenues you have are bad practices?
Well, but this is why I hate Blueprint and usually scripting in all of this.
But why
Unity and Unreal. It's
why
just
would it
like,
but why would they make
oh, because
those options? Because you could make like whatever logic they've got behind their delay could just be a timer, like we set it up, but it's obviously not.
I mean, for the delay, I think most of the SaaS thing is just, I don't know how many programmers they have, but I guess most of them are junior and they simply don't know. And it's very hard to, I think it's very hard when you accumulate so much technical depth to really fix stuff. So you're
Oh, like it's
at
just
some
too
point
far
you're
gone at
only
this point.
patching. Yeah, you're only patching stuff.
Okay.
I mean,
Hmm.
technically,
It
uh, yeah, the only wrong thing, specifically there, variable should be private by default. So I think that is just somebody didn't know that, and now they cannot change it because there is a breaking change, right? That
it's a
is gonna
shame.
affect.
It's a shame because Unreal, because it's so like popular, because it's so accessible, because it's got the whole visual interface and like so well known and all that. It's the first entry point for so many people that want to get into coding, into game dev, into all of this stuff. It's a shame that it makes it so easy to pick up bad habits and not even realize we're picking them up.
Yeah, but
It
only if you're using blueprints, right?
Yeah, but most people when they're first starting, assuming you're not like already a programmer, already a coder that's
Yeah,
moving over to Unreal, assuming your first foray into the world of this is Unreal because it's so accessible,
yeah.
it's so easy to pick up bad habits, not realizing the bad habits. And honestly, there's so many tutorials online that I've used and watched that portray these bad habits, these bad patterns, these anti patterns
Yeah,
as the
but
way to do
because
it.
those tutorials are made by, impromptu YouTubers that they don't really know what they're doing, but they just,
Yeah, no,
like
I'm just saying it's a shame
I
because it.
I saw like I saw some of the most successful tutorial. There is a guy that's called I think Code Like Me. Just sounds like an Indian guy that does Unreal stuff, and is super successful. And like everything that it does is fundamentally broken. And he has got probably one of the most successful coding channel on YouTube, and is extremely broken. I mean, he makes so many mistakes that it's almost embarrassing. But
It's,
problem is that people are learning from from the guy.
yeah. Well, the problem is that obviously, and that he has a platform where like he can do it with basically nobody questioning him. But the problem is that it works
Yeah,
in
that
Unreal,
is the real problem.
like
It works until you
until it
need to do
doesn't.
something.
It
Yeah,
works until it.
until it doesn't. No, it works until you need to do some real life applications, and then like,
Yeah,
really a real should be a tool for prototyping stuff. And then you just say, "Right, cool, okay, my idea works, then I'm gonna do it for real." I mean, this is what it really should happen. I'm pretty sure Unity was always meant to be a prototyping tool. Uh, but
it's
then,
it's funny because I used to have the same thing happen when I used to teach kickboxing. That because like when I was teaching the kids, it was fine because they'd come in blank slates and it was easy. But a lot of times when we taught adults, especially the guys, they would come in thinking they knew how to fight and like how to throw a punch, how to throw a kick and stuff. And they would do it. Their technique was so wrong that they were just waiting to like slip a disc or blow their knee out or something. They were just waiting for it. But they were getting so much power out of every shot because there was so much body weight behind it. They couldn't see what was wrong with it. And I was having to explain to them over again that, like, yeah, you're putting a ton of power in, but you're rolling the dice that every time you do it, you're going to throw your knee out of its socket and things like that. But because when they used it, it worked, and they hadn't had that fatal error yet, it was really hard to get through to them and be like, sure, it's working, but it's wrong. It won't work forever.
yeah, but they didn't have nobody to teach them, right, the correct way, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. And again, it's that thing where the tool, Unreal, throwing a punch, whatever, is so accessible without correct tutelage that you
Yeah,
can pick up bad habits. And it's a shame because it puts you in a weird position where you've got some knowledge and you think you're further ahead, but you're like a good 10, 20 steps further back than you thought you were.
yeah, but also, yeah, I don't know how to say it in a humble way, but like you're learning this technique from possibly, like
Yeah,
possibly
like just from
like
raw.
a super mega experienced guy that spent
Yeah,
all his life doing this, right? I mean,
yeah, like
most of the people are not like me, so it's gonna be fine if they use events or things like that because they don't care about that. But for our project,
yeah,
we need to have a certain standard, right? Yeah.
that's
I
fair.
mean, like, you are in a very, very
Oh, I'm in a very
like
lucky position to be learning
particular
this stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
situation. It's not common at all. Yeah.
No, but what I could see happening for a lot of people is that they start off like me, not the lucky me I am now, but the me when I was first learning Unreal, and they pick up these
Yeah.
bad habits and they work, and they're never doing projects big enough for it to really be an issue. So they don't
Yeah.
have that fatal error, and they get through and they get products that they can show off and stuff, and then they get like a job in a studio, and immediately everything they does breaks the build over and over and over and over and over. And it's like they've been thrown
but
way back to like square one, and they have to like relearn stuff again.
even worse, they do stuff that they don't break the build, and that is where it's really killing the company.
Yeah.
They don't break the build, and they accumulate so much technical debt that
Yeah.
3 years down the line, the company's stuck because they cannot go any further because everything is just the classic jelly cake that I was talking about.
The spaghetti
Everything
jelly cake.
yeah, like put together with like duct tape on a jelly cake. As soon as you move something, shit, no, I moved that, and then when you see even big companies starts to slow down innovation because they can't. Like if they move anything, just everything collapses. And we may take a couple of years to even have the character moving around, but in the next couple, we're gonna be positioned a lot better.
Yeah, 100%. Do you know
But
what?
nobody wants to take that short-term risk. What?
No,
That short-term loss
for the
and
long-term
long-term,
gain. Yeah.
gain.
That what's it called? Delayed gratification.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to say deferred, but that wasn't right. It's funny because talking about like the thread that came up on that TikTok game chat earlier from Rocket of the clip from the trailer and how smooth the gameplay looks in that. Because I remember when we first made that and looking at it, and I was looking at it, I was like, there is absolutely no way this game's going to end up this smooth. Like, this is going to be, we're going to look back at this and be like, should we have really shown that? But the closer and closer it gets, I've been looking at that clip today. I'm like, I could, honest to God, see the game playing like that, playing that smoothly.
We're relatively close to that.
Really, you're like really not far off of it.
No, I think
Which
we're
is
quite close.
which is kind of insane for effectively two dudes doing you and David.
Yeah,
That's kind of insane.
yeah, it's pretty good.
Were you? I don't have to my voice then. Were you working on hits? Not on hits. Were you working on SPP solo before you created hits?
No. We did hits the same time that we created the game. Yeah. Well, we started with the game.
Fair. Anyway, let's right. So, I think. Pardon me. I think the biggest thing left is to set up this remove tutorial. So I'm guessing this just becomes this.
Yeah.
We just do that, don't we?
Looping? No.
Well, yeah, because once we start playing the tutorial, we want to keep checking over and over again until it's finished, don't we?
So in that case, right? No, in that case, that is highly sus, right? So in that case, right, that is where you can have an event, right? Right. Okay.
What the fuck up! God damn it! I really thought I'd taken tonight's lessons then and been like, yeah, boom.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly the opposite.
Okay, so.
But to be honest, right, you don't really need. Okay, yeah.
So would you do
what
it?
do you do? What do you do? They test. They check that if.
It's this remove tutorial function.
Okay. So the problem there. This is why it never sounded right. So remember that every function needs to do only one thing at the time. Okay, never do more than one thing. So this function does two things.
Checking a set are two separate things.
Yeah. So you need to check anywhere else, and you need to call remove tutorial needs to just go for it, right?
So
So what do you use animation complete?
where do I use it?
Yeah. Where do you set that
Oh,
animation
this
complete?
is set in the actor. Once the curve, every time you tick the curve, after you've ticked it, it checks if you've hit the end of it, like hit or exceeded the end of it. If you have, then it marks the animation as complete.
Why do you need to check everything? Surely the curve has a
Because
as a
not all the curves are the same length. Depending on which curve we used, some are half a second, some are a second and a half, some are 3 seconds.
yeah, but you do like play curve? Like how do you use how do you
Yeah. So that was one of the things. There's no like play curve option.
all right.
There's fuck. I got oh, where the fuck is it? Tick, 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 tick curve. There's no that. There's a get vector value which gives you the float curve value at the specified like time. And this is the
Yeah.
closest thing I can get to playing the curve, which means we have to set the in
Right.
time as like, and
Right.
that's what our like every time the timer ticks.
But like can you call like get vector what's that? Get
Get vector
curve
value.
length? You don't need to do every tick, right?
Oh yeah, so we've got this get time range, which gives you the min and max time for the curve, which is what I'm comparing it against to see if we've hit
Right.
the end or not.
Yeah. But like why you don't like what is the max time for the
I don't know. I don't know what curve it says.
no, but like what do you call this function here?
What? Where do I call it? This is the tick
Yeah,
curve.
like tick curve, yeah.
Yeah.
What is it called?
This is off the timer. Um,
Show me.
this play technique timer.
Okay. Well, when do you call play technique?
Um, at the end of play tutorial. God, the
Play.
naming's bad.
Okay, sorry. Go into play technique. Here, right? You you know what curve are you getting, right?
Yeah. By this point, we already know.
So why you don't set the timer? Say where a timer that is equal to the curve length.
I
They remove the finger.
don't think you can.
No,
You can. So if you
no. That one you
yeah,
keep looping, right?
no. I'm just to show you. So if you have this looping ticked off,
Yeah,
then the length of the timer is this. So that would be
yeah.
like the curve length. But because it's looping, this stops being the length of the timer and it becomes the time between ticks.
No. But like, do another timer, right?
In
Can
here,
you create? Yeah. After that, create another timer. Yeah, and set it to function name is remove tutorial, and you set it after whatever time that thing, right? So
oh,
because you
okay.
need to check every frame, right?
Right, okay. Um, so let's track this back rather than make
But
it
that is
load.
not really get curve length, right? That is the length of the curve plus whatever.
Whatever
Oh,
end.
one second.
No, because
What?
we've got the end hang time in the remove tutorial
Okay, fine. Okay.
function. Oh, wait. Ah! No, sorry, we're in the actor right now. So there is no remove tutorial function. We're in the actor, not the master.
So this is the play. Okay, so go back to in the master where you call play tutorial. Yeah. So what is it? Play tutorial. Okay. See, this is like this is like wrong because this is technically not play tutorial. This is play controller curves, right?
Yeah.
Because the tutorial is part of is part of the master. But apart from the name, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, if you just want to rename it, right? Just we understand it better, right? Okay, so okay, if you go back to the master, okay, like you do fade tutorial, I think what in it like we just do fade out the tutorial, right?
Yeah, but where? Because we don't have it currently here. We don't have the curve length.
Well, we have if we like where the curve length gets like where do you access the curve length?
So in the actor, there's this search for technique curve function where it takes
Right.
the desired technique that we've said and it pulls its row on a data table and it takes its curve, it takes its camera view, it takes its active components.
Yeah. So can you create a function like get curve length?
Oh, the same way we did with the Boolean. The same way.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, but you need to pass the voice technique curve.
Oh, so technique curve is it's which curve we're playing, which curve it's got from the
Yeah, but that needs to be an input, right? Because you want to get the curve length of any curve that you want, not just the one that you play.
But we want to. Surely you only want the one of the. You only want the length of the one that's currently active.
Yeah, but I think that is no guarantee to be true. Like that technique curve, right? You do not like whenever you call a function, okay, it needs to be atomic in its functionality, which means that well, it shouldn't have side effects, which basically means that let's say that you call that get curve length at the begin play of the game, right?
A
If you
curve
call
doesn't
that get
exist, so it
curve
won't get
length,
anything.
yeah, technical curve is not even defined, so that will probably crash. So like each function needs to atomically work, right, independently of any of the states, especially if you are if you have a stateful like stack like you do here. You're never gonna take assumption on
Okay, so
state of anything.
would
So
you?
copy,
And this is probably wrong, but before you tell me the answer, sorry, would you take this and
yeah,
do it
yeah.
again?
Well, I would take that and create a function that returns the curve length, so you can save it in there. No, like there, like when you do what? Like, can you zoom in 1 second? There, like get table data index row break tutorial blah blah, right? So here, right, where do you save the technique curve? Is it's called vector curve, and then vector curve does that has a get vector length, get length thing?
Yeah.
So
Get a time range.
the time range. Okay. So what I would do is all that code that get the data table row and break blah blah. Just can you create a function that we use on both functions?
I mean, this is already a function.
No, but it has got like 3 things, right?
Oh, so like, so you would have this plus this as one, this plus that as another, this plus that as a
No,
third.
no. Only the middle part is in common, right? That, yeah.
Okay.
So basically that get like what is that like get data table row, right? What is the technique info table? What is that thing?
That's the data table. That's this data table. That has the
Right.
technique, which curve it is, which camera view.
Right.
You know.
Okay. So go back to the function. So in there, right, and then you break the tutorial struct. Why do you break the tutorial struct? What is the purpose of breaking it?
So this is all information that's needed later on. So we need the technique curve to know which one we're playing, to track through to animate the thing. We need to know which camera view it has for it and which components it has. So I
But
break it,
why
set the variables, and call them later.
why do you want to store 3 separate variables and not just keep the tutorial struct? Because there you are decoupling like the same information for no reason, right?
Because I don't know. Well, they get used in different locations, so I separated them.
Yeah, but the risk that you have there is that once they are in their own variable, they get decoupled to like if you change the technique curve, you most likely want to affect the camera view, right?
Yeah.
So like yeah, you're decoupling so you can change stuff singularly, but
So
most of the times that is a bad idea, right?
so you would promote. Wait, can I not promote that? Yeah. Okay, so curve info struct.
Yeah.
That was weird that I had to break it just to get it to stop being a wildcard. Only to then destroy the break. That was weird. But okay. So
But yeah, okay.
yeah, that's I don't care about this one right now. So and then you would have
No. That is all you need, right? That is all the function that you need.
oh, and then just whenever you need it,
Whenever you need to access that
you
curve
just
there,
just do that.
yeah. But what is this get curve length? No, no. Get curve length, right? This needs to be you need to pass which curve length. Remember that you shouldn't make any assumption of any of the state being valid, right? I mean, this will work for now, but it may not
I,
work.
I don't know if you can get
So
I don't know if you can specify which curve X, Y, or Z. I don't think you can. It just gives you the time range of the overall thing.
no. Like remove that thing, that variable there. Yeah, remove that one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So go back to the function that you called before. Like they get that struct there. Right. Like this function here, right? What is your input here? Desired tech, okay?
Yeah.
So you need to call what's that? Yeah, search for technique curve, right? And then
Like that.
yeah, and then assign that to
So
your variable.
so really we
I
don't
mean,
even we don't even want to promote it. We just want that.
yeah.
Right.
Now you need to remove all those three, the three standalone variables. Just kill them and then fix the code. Otherwise, it will crash horribly probably. Always say before compiling is.
That's
So what do you call that
so
function originally?
wait, which one? The one I'm in right now?
No, the one that you used to save those three variables.
Oh, it gets
You need to save that variable, right?
it's a variable. So
Hmm?
I need to save the variable.
Yeah, because there is just a function that doesn't do anything. It just returns you something, but you need to grab that data, right? There, okay.
Yeah,
That one.
but I wouldn't. Oh, I thought you was going to be like anywhere we needed it, you call that function.
Well, you could do that, but it's a bit wasteful because that function, I guess, is quite heavy. No? Can I say? Yeah, it's a bit
Probably.
heavy.
Okay, but if you're going to promote it to a variable anyway, then why do you care about returning it?
Sorry?
If you're going to promote it to a variable anyway, and just use that variable in places, why do you care about returning it in function?
Well, because the function should be agnostic of uh, like this function becomes a stateful function. Here has a side effect, which is you set that curve. So if that is what you want to do, yeah, it's not okay. But like what you should really do is like if you go back to where this function is called, there, okay. What you need to do is, all of those four functions that uses that.
Oh,
Yeah, you need to pass it through. Yeah.
right. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood what you meant when you said. Okay, so don't promote that to a variable.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Uh, just that's gonna be a cheaty way of doing it. Um, It's that, isn't it? Yes.
Because you don't necessarily use it in every function, so this is also
No.
a good way to understand where would you actually use it.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. Probably. Quickly. Save often because I don't really trust it.
Sorry.
That sequence is a bit redundant. I think you can just place it. Like if you want to place the sequence, just place everything into sequence. No, like all those functions, so they are a bit cleaner. No,
What do you mean?
you know there is the can't really read with the screen, but search for technique. Why that is not part of the sequence? Like it just looks weird that you got a blue thing on the left and then a sequence on the right.
Oh, I don't know, because in my head I was like, but you want to get the data first, and then you want to
Yeah.
go through and deal with these things. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I know. I mean,
I suppose you could just do
it's
that.
okay. It's just that, yeah, it just it feels a little bit. Yeah, if it's a sequence, then the first thing is what you really want to do. Yeah, I think that's a little bit cleaner than having things going. Now, what is the thing that goes from there to there? What
That's
is the?
the desired technique. Um,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
so no, I've ah ha ha ha. Okay, so here's the same problem coming up again. Tick curve needs the vector, so the tick curve function needs to break the struct, but the tick curve function is called by the timer, which means it doesn't expose inputs.
Okay. Um.
So this would need to be a global variable.
Can you do um? Can you?
Actually, out of curiosity. Oh, okay. No, I didn't know if you could like access them after the fact. No. Okay.
So play technique is. So sorry, can Can you show me what this thing is called again? Play technique. Show me this function again.
What, the play technique function?
No, the function that we're in. Just can you zoom up? Okay. What is this function called?
Play controller curves. This is what we call from the master. Oh, sorry, this is what the master calls.
And the master call it only once, right?
Yes. Yeah, the master calls it once here.
Yeah, that's a bit shit, but
Which,
okay. The bad thing about fixing this thing, because Unreal Engine is rubbish, that it makes you write shit code just to fix these problems.
just realized.
But but we can leave the side effects only for the play technique. Can you say that? Yeah, that's struct after we
Yeah.
create it, right? Yeah, but leave it with the correct dependency where it's not a timer. So at least that works.
Yeah, so the only place it's being used as a variable is in that tick curve. Everywhere else it's used as an input hookup.
Yeah, and that is like technically even worse, but I don't want to change that thing again.
What? Because you're doing like half and half, and you're not really settling in either camp.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah. So in the remove, right? Can you call that? Yeah. Call the. Now one sec. We say that this is. Yeah, we don't need
no,
to check.
we wanted to do the timer, didn't we?
Exactly. Yeah.
So oh my god, my brain's starting to melt.
No, on the master, right?
Yeah. Oh yes, okay, but I need to set up the function for the get curve length.
Yeah.
Which is going to have to use the struct as a variable because
No. Just call. Yeah, call the
yeah.
function. Yeah.
Um,
No. You need to pass the same input that you pass when you create it. What's that? The technique name? Whatever. That curve info struct is an information that you only the
only the actor has.
controller knows. Only the controller knows.
Oh, right. So it would be. Fuck, what is this called? Oh. And then we would do that.
Yeah. But why is it called curve infrastructure?
That's just what I've been calling it. It's the information related to the curve.
But this is desired tech, right? It's not curve infrastructure. Right?
Oh, sorry, that's yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was. So it would be like this then. So when you call
Yeah.
it from here, so we would go. Just lay it out first, and then like that.
Yeah.
And this would be the same there.
You will have to make sure that because of the discrepancy in the timers, right? They fade out and all these things will be clamped to, whatever maximum times they have. I'll show you later. It's a bit cryptic, but so
Okay.
remove tutorial. You should just do set timer, right?
Yeah. And then this would wait. But we can't expose the can't expose the input because it's coming off of a timer.
Yeah, but you don't need the input, right? Why do you need the input?
Would we just make this a local variable? Oh no, I guess we would just come in and set it. Oh no, would we make it a local variable so we could see it in the list?
What is the time?
Well, this would be like the end hang time. This is how long we want it to wait. So we might end up wanting to change that.
Oh, but no, but we can set it in the other function.
What other function?
No, one sec.
Because we can't trace it back through remove tutorial. Because remove tutorial is called by a timer.
One sec, so what is time then?
That's the curve length. So that's how long.
But why does it? What does the remove does, right? What does it do?
Remove calls fade tutorial, which fades it out.
Yeah, but shouldn't we that code immediately? Why do we need to?
No.
That is like.
No, because we want the animation to finish playing, and then give the person a couple of seconds to digest what they've seen before hiding before removing the widget.
Yeah, but can you go into fade tutorial? So we still want time between ticks, right?
Yeah. That's basically how long. As it's fading out, like how many times should it fade out per second or per how many frames or whatever.
Fade, but fade tutorial is go a variable. How does it work?
Fade tutorial. Yeah, because so fade tutorial is called once, not from a timer. It's called like when we want it, and then we set this flag when we call it as to whether or not. So like here we call it and we tick fade in because we want it to fade in.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Pardon me. And what it does is it sets a timer that then does the fade, that then handles the fade.
Mm-hmm.
And in remove, we call.
But why do we even call it?
Oh, that's a point. Why do we not just set this timer ourselves? There.
Well, why you don't have fade out tutorial and then? No, I mean, like, sorry, go back to where you call remove, because this is highly sus that does only one thing. Yeah, sorry, what do we call remove tutorial? Yeah, isn't that a bit weird? That, like, can you call remove tutorial from here and set start at time?
Pull remove tutorial, or you mean pull fade tutorial?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, fade tutorial, yeah. Yeah, initial time, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess so. And then.
One sec. Do you call fade tutorial in the other timer as well?
Sorry, I'm just
In
saying.
the other. Can you show me what you call fade tutorial in the other set timer function?
In the other set timer function.
One sec. Fade tutorial, right? The fade tutorial has got a parameter. You cannot call it a function with a parameter, right?
Oh yeah. So, but this parameter defaults to false, which would be fade out. So you only really need to be able to set the flag if you're calling fade in, which here we are. Here we're calling fade out, so we don't care if it goes to default.
Yeah, but I don't know if that is allowed to call a function with a
No,
parameter.
it can call it. You just can't set the parameters. They'll just fall the
That
default
is
state, I believe.
super sus, though. I think that should crush it, to be honest.
Should we try?
I mean, that should just give you an error. Try it, but
Do a little save quick.
no, that shouldn't work.
Never play the animation. Access none. Trying to read actor and get curvelet. How in the fuck did you access none? You can't get there unless you hit and you pass and it is valid. Oh, interesting. That's not. It's just not. No, that was a relic from hours ago when this was shit code. Before we made it all good code. Still not playing the code.
Yeah, there could be some code changes that we made, right? You remember the timer? What was the timer there?
That was when we tried to put the remove tutorial function and we were in the wrong thing. It just
Right.
it was like a nothing. I wonder if that was causing a problem then. I doubt it. I don't think it'll work still, but yeah, okay, it's fine. Oh, maybe it can't. Interesting, yeah. So the timer can't call it if it's got an input. Also, I don't know why the material's turned off then.
Yeah, probably because it doesn't have all of those variables, right?
Yeah, but that's weird because like they were on and then oh, I I can't believe that's letting me compile. I actually can't believe that let me compile then. That's ridiculous. See what I mean? Like the shit like that though, that clearly that shouldn't. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. That was taking the render targets a second to refresh. Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't.
Yeah, so it won't call a function if it's got an input. So do we make rather than have a fade tutorial function, do we have a fade in and a fade out?
Yeah.
And it's just like it's like that for the fade in.
Yeah, but you don't even need to set fade in, right?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
because
fade in is used in the.
it's used in the tick fade.
Well, okay, fine. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
just do it to us then. I mean,
It's not the best solution, but it works. So it would just be like that.
yeah. Did you do the fade in?
Yes.
Mhm.
It does the fade in. It's not doing the fade out.
Yeah, can you check this? Spend.
It hits it.
Really? Does it?
Yeah, the breakpoint hit it.
Okay, so can you check what is the time?
What is this? Oh, you mean
Mhm.
print it here?
Oh yeah, or just debug it and read it. Yeah.
You can't debug and read it if it's a function. It says variable not in scope. You can only, as far as I'm aware, or at least in my limited experience, I've only been able to debug and read if it's like in the event graph.
Uh,
1.3. Wait, that time.
okay. That fade out, right?
I don't know. I was too busy looking at the debug text.
Yeah.
Fade
Oh
it
yeah,
out.
no, that. Why?
I don't like that. I don't like that it fixed itself and we don't know why.
I gotta say, did he play the animation?
Oh, no, it's not. Ah! Right, because it doesn't want the curve length. It wants the curve length plus the start delay
Yeah.
plus whatever end delay you want.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that would be a function that sits here, wouldn't it be? That this goes into. It does. Oh,
Yeah.
didn't mean to do that. It does the maths here, and then it pumps out the answer.
Yeah. I mean, that function needs to get into account the get curve as well, right? So you do it all in one go, right?
What do you mean get curve?
Because you don't want to do half and half.
Oh,
that
so
get
what?
curve
You work it out in
doesn't-
here, you mean?
Sorry?
Do you mean work it out in here?
No. Here is the curve length, and this is like
Yeah.
is the curve length, right? In the other function that
Ah, fuck, I'm lost. Don't know where I am. There we go.
there, like get curve length needs to be in whatever new function you are creating. Because the new function that you are
so
creating
there's a function that sits here, and
yeah,
this curve length is inside of it. It gets that. It does the maths and pumps it out.
yeah. Just create the function that does all of the things together, right?
So, would this be messy to do that?
What is that?
Well, so this initial start delay is the same as this starting pause time, that they want to be the same number. So would it be messy to do it like this?
I don't know what that function does. Make what?
Make literal float. It's literally just a float number. It's not like a variable or anything. It's just stating a
Okay, now
float.
that is fine then.
It's just declaring a float. Well, not declaring because it's not a variable, but so
No,
rather than like having to type it here and type it there, I just type this one box and it supplies both of them.
Yeah, no, that looks okay.
Okay.
But and the hang time we don't have it as a variable, right?
No, it's not a variable.
I mean that technically should be declared as the what's the name? Make linear literal.
Make literal float.
Yeah, it should be the same. Yeah. So in theory, it should never have hard-coded numbers.
I
Well,
guess.
I'm gonna say, but okay, you're saying that the start is the same at the end, right? Always, right? You
I
mean
mean, it doesn't have to be. We could change that and have it be.
okay?
Do
Okay.
you want me to make it a separate thing?
No, just leave it if it's. I quite like the symmetry, but I'm not really sure it's working. But let's leave it. I think it needs to be a lot longer at the end.
Okay. Come on, fade out, fade out, fade out. Fuck. Oh.
It was fading out before. Something has changed.
That'd be there. I just had it plugged into the wrong thing.
Alright.
We've got it working, Daddy. Fuck, I'm so tired.
Yeah. Is this the end? Right. Okay. So can you go back into a tutorial controller actor? Can you ever look at the iron graph?
The event graph.
That should be absolutely nothing. What is those things now?
Right, so the render targets have a setting in them. They have a flag, capture every frame, which I have turned off by default in the details panel. But I just had this weird itch at the back of my brain that said don't trust it. So when I have begin play, I just set it to don't capture every frame. Just because I had, like I say, I had this weird itch in the back of my head that was like, don't trust the details panel. I don't really have a better explanation for you than that. I was paranoid.
So what is capture every frame?
It's a flag for the render targets to determine whether or not they should refresh their image every single frame. Which you don't want them to do because it's incredibly expensive and it's what was taking our frame rate so much. So I set it to not capture every frame, and then in the tick curve, we manually tell them to capture when we want it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, like I say, these are only here in the begin play because I'm paranoid.
Okay, so well, just complete this then. Like, just save everything, collapse that into a function, and then this thing is good to go, right?
Okay.
Right now, the make tutorial widget
The make tutorial widget.
is
This one.
no, you were there before. Okay, yeah. What is in the event graph? This is all we got.
Oh yeah, so
What is that thing?
So the reason, so on event construct, I set it to 0 because I don't want to set it to 0 in the designer because I want to be able to see it when I'm making changes. But I need it to enter the world invisible so we can fade it in. So in the construct, I set it to go to 0, but I leave it at 1 in the designer so I can actually see it.
Oh, well, okay, yeah.
And so all of this is a workaround for a really annoying Unreal bug where the binding for the text broke or got corrupted or something at some point, and I have no idea when or why, and it refuses to update. And the fix for it is to delete the entire widget and start from scratch and rebuild it and never change the hierarchy, because if you ever adjust the hierarchy, the bindings break. But there's so much logic in here, I really didn't want to do it. So the fix is to just update the text in the event tip. So I could just collapse this to a function if you want.
Yeah, but what does it do exactly? Okay, actor of class.
Oh, actually, this.
Why you don't do that in the tick function of whoever is running?
No, hang on.
This guy is gonna run every frame for
Yeah,
no reason.
this is old as well. This is. We set this. Yeah. Okay. I don't need to do that anymore.
Okay.
I don't need to cast anymore because we actually get data in the widget now. So it would just be collapsing this to a function, I believe.
Yeah, but why isn't that one in the tick?
I can't hear you. You walked away. Hello?
Yeah, so that why that function, why this thing is not done in the tick uh of the when it's playing the animation? Why is it called, why is it done every tick?
Oh, do you know what? Actually, maybe it doesn't need to. It's because when I first learned this fix, or this workaround for this bug, it was on text that was being updated regularly. Like I think it was the time trial thing. So it needed to
Oh
be
yeah.
ticked.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of just carried that knowledge over. So this could probably just be done once. Oh, thought I copied it. Here. After we've got the information, but before we play the animation. Oh, actually, no. We want it before we fade in, because we want the text to exist first and fade after.
Yeah, but a
'Cause-
fade in just goes a timer, so it should be technically the same.
Yeah, but if we. Oh. Okay, I see what you mean. Ah! That's my brain still working with delays rather than timers.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, that was my brain
So
still working with delays. Okay.
okay, so event
So
graph
that
is
is.
clear, right?
Yeah, that's the.
Go
Yeah.
down this stuff. Okay, now this one, right? So this one, we also need to. I think once we clear this one, yeah, it's done. We can ship it. Okay, why there is this mess? Yeah, then.
That's. No. You can say that at the start of the night, but I've learned so much over the course of tonight. It was a
I
different
know.
human being. It was a
No,
different human being that made this. I made this 24 hours ago, don't I?
no, it was a self-explanatory answer. Yeah, cool.
This is 24 hours ago. This is a completely different Ben. Look, there's still a gate here.
Is that
I
what
don't
the
know.
hell is
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing can just drop down to a timer.
Well, no, but like again, sec, like this is more to do with the actual logic of.
Oh, that's
Yeah, we
actually
don't
yeah.
necessarily want to do that thing, right?
This
We just want to do real logic now.
yeah. So this is down to when. Actually, I think this is when you take over because this is all deciding when you want to call it.
Yeah, exactly. So
Uh,
can you remove everything we don't need and see how clean we can get it?
so
So, for example, like
this can drop to a this event can get destroyed and this can drop to a function.
right, okay, let's try to do that.
Okay. I mean, I was asking, but okay.
Ah, okay. No, I don't know. Sorry, I was
Uh, Oh, this doesn't really need to exist. This is fate. So I suppose this would actually. Yeah. Okay. Also,
But this
did
surely must be in the widget, right?
wouldn't you want to keep all of the saves related stuff in the game mode? Because this is loading. This is
Yeah.
this like save and load.
Yes, but that thing there, right? It's that tutorial index, blah blah blah. That needs to be managed from the master tutorial widget. So that yeah, I think where is this function gets called? Or where was it getting called from?
In the game mode, it never really got called from anywhere. I kind of fake called it. Once all 5 messages had been played, I forcibly called it to be like the tutorial was complete, but it was never really being called anywhere. That got deleted a while ago. Oh, in fact, no, it hasn't been deleted. It's here. It's just at the end of this shitty stuff.
Okay.
Or so somewhere. Maybe I did delete it. I don't know.
Right. So what is save game ref?
Oh no, I know where it is. Oh no, I deleted it. Yeah, it was in the actor, so it doesn't exist anymore. What's save game ref? Oh, so on begin play, we have a little function here for setting references. Oh no, sorry, for checking for the save game. If the save game exists, it loads it in cast and sets the reference to be used later. If it doesn't exist, then it creates one and sets the reference to be used later.
Yeah, but this needs to go in the master tutorial widget, right?
Doesn't it? Surely. No, because the widget doesn't always exist. The widget gets created and deleted back and forth.
Yeah, doesn't matter, right? Like the
Do you not want the
save game is only the declaration of a file structure, right?
I thought you wanted to, but I thought the other night or last night when you looked it up, you wanted to do the save stuff in the game mode.
Yeah, but that was 24 hours ago. I didn't have a clue.
All right, fair play, fair play.
No,
well
to be
played, sir.
honest, to be honest, it's still valid, but so the game mode will be managing the tutorial game save, but throughout the master tutorial widget, not directly, because then you go decoupling. The separation of principles is decoupled. Like, think about like here. We 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 published the plugin that save is the tutorial tutorial plugin, right? We don't want to publish a game mode that has got the logic to make the plugin run, right? Like, all the logic for everything related to the tutorial needs to be in the master tutorial, okay? And then the game mode will only use the master tutorial.
Okay.
So we call like start, but
Okay.
the
So
actual like save and everything needs to be handled inside the master tutorial
okay.
widget.
Sure. Okay, so I'll move this over to the master widget then. Follow-up
Yeah.
question: Should this be one single function as it is, or should it split into two functions for find and not find?
What does it do? This function? Sorry.
So currently it goes into a branch saying, does a save game exist?
Mm-hmm.
If it does, then it will load the game, cast to the object, and set the reference for future use. If it doesn't, then it will create the object, set the reference for future use.
No, yeah, that's fine. That is all that function should do, right? But
Okay.
why do we need to set the reference?
For future use.
Yeah, but what is the future use?
If you ever want to load or say, so if you had a different function, like so you have like a check for save, a load save game, and a save to save game. The load and save to save game, you would need the reference.
Why?
Or would you just do would you return these and run this check function every time?
What is that check function does? Sorry, like, what does it like?
It looks
Can
for the
you
existence of a
make
save
it?
game. If it exists, it gets it. If it doesn't, it creates it.
Yeah. Okay. It's just um, can you start moving this function in the main master
Yeah.
tutorial widget, and then we take it from there. You probably should have shitloads of variables that are not there. Right? Just a good time to kill them.
Oh, that's the point. Is this a good time to use a global variable? So I use this save slot name as a global variable because otherwise I have to retype it every time,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you become very prone to like. There's a very good
Yeah.
chance you're just going to type it wrong.
Yeah, you should never hard code. Things.
This is going to come up. So when we maybe jumping the gun a little bit, when we call the tutorial from the game mode, there's an input which is the tutorial state, the tutorial index.
Mm-hmm.
But that's held in a save game, which means it will be a part of the widget, not a part of the game mode. So, am I right in saying that means we want to put a load save data function here to get it?
Well, would depend because
Or is this where we want to do the check? Oh, actually, no. This could be where we run the check for save.
I don't understand what that does.
What check for save?
Yeah.
If it looks at a save game. If it exists, it gets it. If it doesn't, it creates it. Like, have you already made a save? If you haven't, then chilling. We'll make one.
Yeah, but why the function needs to give you the index?
No,
To
this
let you continue where you left?
Well, no, this
Oh.
function doesn't specifically need to give us the index, but I need the index for the data. To get the data, I need the tutorial state.
Yeah, but isn't that the index of the tutorial that you want to play, right? But that,
Yeah, but it's stored in the save game because you don't know which because if they've completed some tutorials, like they're halfway through the tutorial, but not all of it, it's saved in the save state in the save game.
yeah. But shouldn't that be passed anyway?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you want me to pass it out of here? Or do you want me to pass it, or do you want me to have a load save game function that I pass it from?
Mm, that's the logic here. Sorry, can you go back into the dummy tutorial thing, right? So what those things were that before
They were here.
in the begin
Well,
play?
yeah, they were in the begin play. So when it began play, it would check to see if a save existed. If it already did, it would set the reference for future use. If it didn't, then it would create one.
Right. So alright, so we can delete all this stuff now from here, right? From the begin play, right?
Yeah,
And that one is not, right?
that can all go. Yeah.
But who is gonna fire the event for? Oh, that is where we find where we have. So basically, we don't need the game mode, right?
You don't need the game. No, well, it
Okay,
depends on what.
can
It
you save this
depends.
function into
So,
the
save what?
master?
This one?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
we want to save, right? We don't save anywhere at the moment, right? No. In the dummy tutorial, like, can we remove every variable?
That's what I'm doing right now.
But why fire tutorial is in the game mode?
Because that's where you wanted to call it from.
No, yeah, but I mean, did we find out why add to target wasn't working?
Also, I just realised. Why? What wasn't working? Sorry.
Add to viewport?
We fixed that problem hours ago. Look at that.
But it's still there, right? You added the viewport in there?
Yeah, because it needs this object reference for the widget that you're creating. The game mode creates the widget, adds it to viewport, and then does call tutorial. And the widget does all the logic in the tutorial.
Yeah, but the target is the same, right? So there's no reason why add viewport shouldn't be called in call tutorial.
Except we. Oh. Okay, I see what you mean. Give me a sec. Let me just. What is this? Just save that as a book.
Oh, you cannot do async save, right? In function.
Okay.
Yeah, that's super annoying. Is it target pin self?
Yeah, but when we tried doing it as target self and it didn't work.
What?
We tried putting it in here as target self and it didn't work.
Why
We
we
tried that
pass
like
target twice?
it's still not working.
Well, why do we have two targets then?
Oh, actually, it's not working because we never fire it. I don't know. That way. Because
We just need
we
one.
need this object reference to call the function, but that's not actually an
Yeah, but
input.
that is self.
Yeah, but
Because yeah, that is
but
self.
but we tried that earlier when we first started the stream and it didn't work.
Yeah, but like, there must be another reason because that is exactly the same object.
Okay, we'll try it again. Just okay, ignore this. Don't look. Don't look. This isn't real. This is just me putting something in for like the sake of it. That didn't work earlier. We spent like half an hour, and that no, maybe 20 minutes, and that didn't work.
Yeah, but that
I'm
was
livid.
when the code was a complete mess.
I'm livid that worked. Absolutely livid.
But you removed the fire event.
I removed the what? Sorry.
The fire event, right?
Oh, on that. Yeah, I've deleted that begin play delay fire. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll make sure to delete that quickly.
Yeah, but you cannot do this function because you cannot do async here, right?
Yeah, you can use your normal save.
Yeah, but we cannot do the normal save.
What's the difference
Ultimately,
again?
we cannot do the normal save. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we need to do in the we need to do in the stupid event graph. Anyway, we'll solve this thing later. Just do the normal save now, and then we think about that later.
Okay. So
So now
we
we
can't
don't
have
even need it.
this. Sorry,
Oh yeah.
I was going to say we can't have this increment here because otherwise it's doing two things, isn't it?
Well, it depends. What's save game ref again?
It's the object reference for the save game object.
Shouldn't that be check save game?
Oh, instead of a variable.
Yeah.
Like do the
I think
function.
it's a bit more solid, to be honest. No, why you need to return it? Just kill it, right?
But how would you get it out of the function if you're not returning it? This is
Oh
the
yeah,
check.
no, I mean, do not set the save game ref, right? Just keep that variable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
You can have two returns in both paths, right?
Ah, come on. Can you? Oh. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. Wait.
Yeah, okay. So now I understand the question. Yes, that is wrong because save should only be saving, and
Not
that.
not loading to then save.
No, loading and save is correct, but that should be increment. Increment tutorial. Right? You may want to
Oh,
increment the
yeah.
tutorial and not save, for example. Right?
Yeah. So it would be
Well, but there you can only save one thing, right?
yeah.
I imagine
I
there
mean,
will be a lot more things to save,
do
potentially.
you not just make this like save tutorial state function? Would you not have a different function for different things you're saving?
No, I
Rather,
think
you'd have
oh,
one mass save location.
um
Well, okay. Well, in that case, then, um, because the thing is, when you call this save game to slot, it will save. So all of the variables that you've currently set it to, it will save. So this like set tutorial index could be its own function, like increment set, like update, move to the next tutorial section, whatever. And this would just be like the save function. So every time, no matter what changes we've made, anytime we want to save, we call this and it's like check for save game to slot, and then everything gets saved, and you don't have to declare the input on the way in. Right?
yeah,
So that would be the function.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna say no. That doesn't make any sense because that will load whatever is getting saved, right? So you're gonna lose all your progress, right?
No. Um, no, you won't because yeah. So because you're doing a cast here, like you're you get the save game object from the slot and you use that to cast, but because you're not then setting any of its variables, you're not overwriting what it's already got. If you was to then be like set
Yeah,
tutorial
you can never
here,
update it, right?
yeah, you could, as long as you do the update to the left of it, like before you do this, you'd be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like that load game from slot, that doesn't um that doesn't take like the saved information and overwrite everything we've already got. It like all it does is it gets you I don't know how to. Shit, I don't know I don't know how to explain it. I don't know it well enough. Because if you wanted to like actually load, you would.
Yeah, but every time you load, right? So unless you save, you're gonna load exactly the same information that you saved last, right? It doesn't keep it in memory, right? Otherwise, it would have saved. Right?
Hang on a sec. So this is how I do for the time trial. This is how I save. So
Mhm.
I check if the same game exists. If it does, I load the game from the slot. I cast. I get the. Oh right, yeah, okay. I get the variable. I then set it to what I want it to be, and then I said, yeah, okay. Fuck, I'm so tired. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So, where am I? I'm lost. Yeah. So, I guess you would need a save function for each variable that it contains, or one massive function that has all of the inputs.
well, it depends how often do you want to save, right? For the tutorial, I think it's like you only have one variable for the tutorial, which is which number of the tutorial are you in, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, that I think don't worry about that now because that will change because you don't not necessarily we want to have that single variable. We probably want to have like a few, right? So yeah, that would be, you know, yeah, just leave it like that. We're gonna be we need to work out the granularity of what we save and when, right? So yeah, that's for now. It's fine. Um,
Okay. I'll just keep that as like work in progress.
okay, so let's go back to the dummy tutorial game. We go. Did we manage to clear everything?
Yeah. So the only thing that here is this fire tutorial function.
Okay, so and I think right. So the file tutorial function, right? That could be create.
That could be what? Sorry.
Yeah, so this thing here, right? Um, why owning player is no? Yeah. Anyway,
Well, because no, you don't want a player controller owning it.
no. Mm,
Well, no, because it's a widget that's not being interacted with by the player and an actor that's not being possessed, so you wouldn't need a player to own it, would you?
okay, so in that case, right? Thing I don't understand here is uh, that create master widget. Mm, right. So we just create every time. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That that's okay. It's very strange that we create and then we call. But anyway. Um. Okay, so let's. Yeah, can you run the game? And it shouldn't do nothing, right? It should do completely empty, right? Let's check that it doesn't crash.
Just save
And
it
let's take
first.
this stuff in because we wrote too much stuff before we checked in, so I need really to check in.
Unreal's just crashed
Damn,
while I was saving. Luckily, I think the only thing it was saving was the level.
the level.
Yeah, why? My level keeps changing a lot.
But we need to. I don't understand why the thing is crashing like crazy, right?
Yeah, it's really bad. I'm getting a lot of crashes every day.
Hmm.
I get like a crash every couple hours, maybe.
Really?
Something like that. Well, I get it quite a lot if I do save all. And occasionally I get it just if I save or if I like close and save. But mostly I get it when I do save all. But yeah, I probably get it every couple hours maybe for the last few days. It's been driving me nuts. I think I might stop the stream, to be fair. Been going nearly 6 hours. I don't need to see anybody in there anyway.
Wait, are we still streaming?
Yeah, we're still streaming.
Jesus.
If there is anybody out there still, go to bed. Anyway, peace stream. Thanks for joining us.